Future Relationship Bill, business of the House. Before I call the Minister to move the motion, I should inform the House that I have selected the amendment to the motion in the name of Ian Blackford. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion that is allowing for time for this important debate to take place today up until 2:30. There is always a balance to be struck when we have to do things urgently and also ensuring that the House is able to scrutinise them properly. Going to 2:30 seems to be the right balance. It ensures that the bill can be passed today, that the statutory instruments can be laid tomorrow, and that therefore we can be compliant with our responsibility in terms of our international agreements by the end of the year. That seems to me to be the right thing to do, the right approach, and I would hope that the Scottish National Party will not move to a division on their amendment, though I understand the reasons for their amendment, and I do not think it's unreasonable of them to put the amendment forward. I would hope they wouldn't want to use the time for a division, considering that it will eat into the time available for the debate.
The question is the European Union Future Relationship Bill, business of the House motion, as on the other paper. I call the Shadow Leader of the House, Val Rivas. No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the opposition is desperately disappointed that there wasn't enough time to debate this deal properly. This is unacceptable. This puts a great deal of pressure both on House staff and on everybody else. But I'm pleased that the virtual Parliament now will enable our colleagues to take part in it. What I do want to say is that the opposition has facilitated this. We facilitated the time because we want to say this is not our deal, but we will vote for legislation that will enact it to prevent a no deal. And that is the key point about why we are here today. We want to prevent the no deal that will have a great effect on our economy and on the rest of our constituents. But we support the motion in enabling this legislation to come forward because we are up against a deadline of the 31st. After that, there would be a no deal and we must stop it. So the opposition agreed with the programme motion.
I call Patrick Ray to move the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the amendment in the name of our right honourable friend and others. Brexit is diminishing the UK's role in the world, and the programme motion today diminishes the role of Parliament in the UK. Today is supposed to be about taking back control, about reclaiming parliamentary sovereignty. Well, this is not the kind of parliamentary sovereignty that is acceptable, and the leader is wrong to say that if we force a division, it will eat up time, because if the leader accepts our resolution, it will actually create more time, because it creates 5 full protected hours, and then 2 hours for committee, in which we have lodged amendments, which if we don't get a committee stage, will never even see the light of day. That's not the primacy of Parliament. If that's the control that the Brexiteers and the ERJ fought for, well, good luck to them, because it's setting a very dangerous precedent. We will divide the House on this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
House.
Mr. Speaker, in all this talk of time, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for the support of the opposition, it is worth bearing in mind that we have now been discussing this subject for 4, 5, perhaps 6, perhaps nearly 50 years, and having 5 hours today. Having 5 hours today until 2:30 or just under is about the right amount to ensure that the legislation is passed. I think, once again, Mr. Speaker, we see our friends in the SNP not liking a referendum result and therefore trying to stop it. We've had a referendum, leave one. This is merely the final little bit of icing being put on the Christmas cake that the Prime Minister so efficiently delivered for the nation.
The original question was on the order paper since the amendment has been proposed. The question is the amendment been made. The question is the amendment been made. Does many of that opinion say aye? Aye! The contrary, no? No! Revision, clear the lobbies.
Just read that.
Right, you're both right. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye!
The contrary, no.
No!
Tell us for the ayes, Owen Thompson and David Linden. For the noes, Tom Purslove and James Morris. Thank you, folks. Lock the doors! The ayes to the right. Sorry, James.
The ayes to the right, 60. The noes to the left, 362.
The ayes to the right, 60. The noes to the left, 362. The noes have it, unlock. Very much so. The question is that the main question, are of that opinion, say aye. Aye! The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, The clerk will now proceed to read the orders for the second reading of the bill pursuant to the order agreed by the House. Clerk.
European Union Future Relationship Bill, second reading.
Now, given the length of the second reading call list today, members will understand that there will be no time left before the 2:30 to debate the bill of the committee. Nevertheless, I should inform members that under the order of the House of today, notices of amendments, new clauses and new schedules to be moved in committee of the whole House may be accepted up till 10:30 a.m. To maintain social distancing, members are asked not to bring amendments to the table in the chamber, but to send them by email to the Public Bill Office. The Public Bill Office will aim to circulate earlier this afternoon a notice paper of the amendments received by 10:30. I inform the House that I have not selected any of the reasoned amendments. I now call the Prime Minister to move the second reading. Prime Minister!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I begin by thanking you and House authorities and all your staff for their hard work in allowing us to meet today. And can I also welcome the outstanding news that AstraZeneca is now rolling out a new UK-made vaccine approved by the MHRA that offers the hope to millions in this country and around the world. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. And having taken back control of our money, our borders, our laws and our waters by leaving the European Union on January the 31st, we now seize this moment to forge a fantastic new relationship with our European neighbours based on free trade and friendly cooperation. And in a minute, Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this bill is one of the biggest free trade agreements in the world, a comprehensive. I will happily give way.
Point of order, Ian Blackford.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your clarification. I'm just wondering how on earth the Prime Minister can talk about taking back control of waters when Scottish fishermen are going to have less access and less fish to catch as a consequence of his con deal.
Can I just say, first of all, it's not a point of order. We're very limited on time. Can we please try and keep to a tight agenda to allow everybody the time to contribute? Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I must nonetheless correct, although that was not a valid point of all, I must correct him in what he says. Because, in fact, under this deal, we have taken back control of our waters, and indeed Scottish fishermen from the get-go will have access to bigger quotas of all the relevant stocks, Mr. Speaker, and from the end of the transition period, as he knows full well.
Sorry. Look, I understand it's an important day. It's important that we all get on the record. It's more important I also get to the Leader of the SNP. What I wouldn't like to do is run out of time by the number of times he wants to stand for interventions. If the Prime Minister gives way, he'll give way straight away. But please, let's try and get the debate underway. At least give yourself time to hear what he's got to say before you disagree. Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with great respect to the Right Honourable Gentleman, I do feel I must correct him, because not only will we take back control of our waters, we will increase Scottish fishermen's share of all the relevant stocks. Cod, for instance, going up by 47% to 57%. North Sea haddock going up by 70% to 84%. That's just next year, Mr. Speaker. And in 5.5 years' time, we take control of the entire spectacular marine wealth of Scotland. It is only the Scottish Nationalist Party, Mr. Speaker, that would hand back control of the waters of this country to the UK with spectacular hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, having said that they would...
Sorry, it is a point of order. Point of order in Bradford.
Could you point out to the Prime Minister that the name of my party is the Scottish National Party?
In fairness, I have pointed it out in the past. It is the Scottish National Party, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish the Right Honourable Gentleman to know that I am using the word nationalist with a small n, and I don't think that he would disagree with that, which is semantically justifiable, I think, under the circumstances. And yet, in spite of that nomenclature, Mr. Speaker, they would hand back control of Scotland's waters and go back into the common fisheries policy. What this bill does, Mr. Speaker, is take back control. Absolutely not. Take back control of the spectacular marine wealth of Scotland and the rest of the UK. Because just in a moment, in the heart of this bill is one of the biggest free trade agreements in the world, as we've discussed in this chamber many times, Mr. Speaker, a comprehensive Canada-style deal worth over £660 billion, which, if anything, should allow companies to do even more business with our European friends, safeguarding millions of jobs and livelihoods in our UK and across the continent. In less than 48 hours, we will leave the EU single market and the customs union as we promised, and yet British exporters will not face a sudden thicket of trade barriers, but rather, for the first time in the history of EU agreements, zero tariffs and zero quotas. And just as we have avoided trade barriers, so we have also, Mr. Speaker, I think that plenty of members want to speak, so I've already taken plenty of interventions and points forward. I'm going to make some progress. Just as we've avoided trade barriers, so we've also ensured the UK's full control of our laws and our regulations. And there is a vital symmetry between these two achievements, because the central purpose of this bill is to accomplish something that the British people always knew in their hearts could be done, and yet which we were continually told was impossible. We were told we could not have our cake and eat it. Do you remember how often we were told that, Mr. Speaker? Namely, that we could trade and cooperate as we will with our European neighbours on the closest terms of friendship and goodwill, while retaining sovereign control of our laws and our national destiny. And that unifying thread runs through every clause of this bill, and it embodies our vision, shared with our European neighbours, of a new relationship between Britain and the EU as sovereign equals, joined by friendship, commerce, history, interests and values, while respecting one another's freedom of action and recognising that we have nothing to fear if we sometimes choose to do things different. I give way with pleasure to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the Prime Minister for giving way. Prime Minister, the devil is in the detail of anything that we have before us today. Can the Prime Minister confirm, as I hope it is, that we see the end of discrimination, the Hague preference is away, it's in the bin, the fact that the Killybegs Fishermen's Association are expressing dismay from the Republic of Ireland? Will the UK quotas be shared with Northern Ireland?
Will there be tariffs for our boats for Portavogie, Ardglass and Kilkeel landing the fish they catch in Northern Ireland? And will the £100 million for the fisheries organisations, will that be shared equally across the whole of the United Kingdom? Those are real practical issues for us in Northern Ireland. Prime Minister, thank you.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and I can assure him that the entire UK will share from the programme of investment in our fishing industry, and to get ourselves ready across the whole of the UK for the colossal uplift in fish that we will obtain. And even before the end of the transition period, I think the honourable gentleman should know that we'll be fishing about another 130,000 tonnes more fish in the UK than we are, 130,000 tonnes a year than we are at present. And currently, that is an opportunity that we must work to seize. And we have much to gain. We have much to gain from the healthy stimulus of competition. And this bill demonstrates, therefore, how Britain can be at once European and sovereign. And I think you'll agree, Mr. Speaker, that our negotiators accomplished their feat at astonishing speed. It took nearly 8 years for the Uruguay round of World Trade Talks to produce a deal, 5 years for the EU to reach a trade agreement with Canada, 6 for Japan. We've done this in less than a year, in the teeth of a pandemic, and we've pressed ahead with this task, resisting all the calls for delay, Mr. Speaker, precisely because creating certainty about our future provides the best chance of beating COVID and bouncing back even more strongly next year. And that was our objective. So I hope the House will join me in commending my noble friend Lord Frost and every member of his team for their skill, their mastery and their perseverance in translating our vision into a practical agreement. And let me also pay tribute to President Ursula von der Leyen, Michel Barnier and all our European friends for their pragmatism and foresight, for their understanding that it is profoundly in the interests of the EU to live alongside a prosperous, contented and sovereign United Kingdom. The House understands that the significance of the fact that this agreement is not EU law but international law. So there is no direct effect. The EU law will no longer have any special status in the UK. I think, Mr. Speaker, I've already given away quite a few times to the right honourable gentleman. And there is no jurisdiction for the European Court of Justice.
Point of order, Ian Blackford.
Mr. Speaker, I feel I have to point out to the House that the historic principle in Scotland, as established by law, it's the people of Scotland that are sovereign, and it's the people of Scotland that will determine to take them back into the European Union with independence.
The Prime Minister, Prime Minister, just to say, as the leader of the SNP knows, it is not a point of order, and I'm desperate to hear what he's got to say in his contribution. Rather than use it up now, why doesn't he just save it to get others in? Prime Minister.
Well, I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it was the Speaker of Scotland who took the sovereign decision, quite rightly, to remain in the UK, a once-in-a-generation decision. I think it highly unlikely the people of Scotland will take a decision to cast away their newfound freedoms and, indeed, the newfound opportunities, not least over the marine wealth of Scotland. We will be able to design our own standards and regulations, Mr. Speaker, and the laws that this House of Commons passes will be interpreted, and I know this is of keen interest to honourable and right honourable members, will be interpreted solely by British judges sitting in British courts. We will have the opportunity to devise new ways to spur and encourage flourishing sectors in which this country leads the world, from green energy and life sciences to synthetic biology. Yes, I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way on that point. Some of us had different views on Brexit, but those debates are now for the history books. And anyone in this House and in the country should recognise the benefits of an agreement that goes beyond a free trade agreement, from science to energy to security. But will the Prime Minister capitalise on the excellent news that we've had today on the vaccine by pursuing an industrial strategy that puts science and technology at its heart so that we can grasp the opportunities that come as the world bounces back from COVID during the year ahead?
Indeed,
Prime Minister,
just sorry.
Can I just help people and say interventions, those who are high up on the speaking list will understand if they get put down by continuous interventions, because I want to get as many people in as possible. So please. Thank you, Sir Bernard. No more. Prime Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, because I remember well working with him on his industrial strategy and his ideas for championing green technology and biosciences, and I can tell him that those ideas remain at the heart of this government's agenda, and we will certainly be using our newfound legislative freedom to drive progress in those sciences and in those investments across the whole of the UK. Because we will be free, Mr. Speaker, of EU state aid rules. We'll be able to decide where and how we level up across our country with new jobs and new hope, including with free ports and new green industrial zones of a kind I'm sure he'd approve of. And if, I'll just make an important point if I may, Mr. Speaker, if in using our new freedoms, either Britain or the EU believes it is somehow being unfairly undercut, then, subject to independent third-party arbitration and provided the measures are proportionate, either of us can decide as sovereign equals to protect our consumers, but this treaty explicitly envisages that any such action should be infrequent, and it banishes the old concepts of uniformity and harmonisation in favour of the right to make our own regulatory choices and deal with the consequences. And, Mr. Speaker, every modern free trade agreement includes reciprocal commitments designed to prevent distortions of trade. And the true significance of the agreement embodied in this bill is that there is no role for the European Court of Justice, no ratchet clause on labour or environmental standards, no dynamic alignment with the EU state aid regime, or indeed any other aspect of EU law. In every respect, we have recovered our freedom of action, and I give way with pleasure to the Honourable Gentleman who's been rising up and down, Mr. Speaker, many, many times.
Thank you very much. But many honourable members will be facing a dire dilemma because they will feel that our country has been sold short. On the one hand, we have the Prime Minister's thin, terrible, burnt oven-ready deal, and on the other hand, we face the prospect of an even more damaging and destructive no-deal Brexit. So can the Prime Minister advise, given that services account for almost 80% of our economy, why is there so little for that sector within his deal? And in particular, why couldn't he negotiate equivalence and passporting rights for the all-important financial services sector?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't quite clear from that intervention which way the Labour Party is going to go on this, but whether he's going to go with his right honourable friend, the leader of the Labour Party, and vote for the deal, or whether he's going to join other members of the Labour Party and continue to dither and delay, we on these benches are going to get on, and we'll be free of the strictures of the Common Agricultural Policy. We'll be able to conserve our landscapes and support our farmers exactly as we choose. And on Friday, now coming to a point that's already been raised several times, and I will repeat it, Mr. Speaker, because it's a wonderful point. For the first time in 50 years, on Friday, the UK will once again be recognised as an independent coastal state, regaining control of our waters, righting the wrong that was done by the common fisheries policy throughout our EU membership. And of course, I've always recognised, Mr. Speaker, I've answered the point quite a lot from you guys. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. He will know that Brixham, the most valuable fishing port in England, wants to see our waters regained, access control, and a rebuilding of the fishing industry in the UK. This deal delivers that. Can he go back and assure my fishermen and fishermen around the country that that is what this government is delivering on?
Absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, and the voice of Brixham should be heard up and down the country, because it is entirely correct and a point that might be registered with advantage by the gentleman opposite. I've always recognised, Mr. Speaker, that this was going to be a difficult period for our European friends and partners, because they've been fishing in these waters for decades, if not centuries. And at first, as the House will know, they sought an adjustment period of 14 years, but our negotiators whittled that down to 5.5 years, during which the UK's share, in that 5.5 years, the UK's share of our fish in our waters will rise from over half today to around 2/3. And of course, we'd have liked to have done this more quickly, but now it's also true that once the adjustment period comes to an end, there will be no limit, Mr. Speaker, no limit other than the limits that are placed by the needs of science and conservation on our ability to make use of our marine wealth. And 15% of the EU's historic catch from our waters will be returned to this country next year alone. And as I say, to prepare our fishing communities for that moment, we will invest £100 million in a programme to modernise their fleets and the fish processing industry, restoring, Mr. Speaker, and the right honourable gentleman opposite should listen to this, restoring a great British industry to the eminence that it deserves, levelling up communities across the UK, particularly and including Scotland, Mr. Speaker, where their interests, in my view, have been neglected for too long. So I do find it extraordinary that on the eve of this great opportunity, the declared position of the Scottish Nationalist Party is to hand control, with a small n, is to hand control of the very waters we've just reclaimed straight back to the EU. That is their policy. That is their policy, Mr. Speaker, and they plan to ensnare Scotland's fishing fleet in the dragnets of the common fisheries policy all over again. And in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, guess what they're going to do today? Guess what they're going to do today? They're going to vote today for a no-deal Brexit. Or perhaps the gentleman opposite will tell me that he's going to vote for the deal.
I'm immensely grateful to the Prime Minister for briefly pausing that monologue that was designed for the RG. But on the issue of fish, he's waxing lyrical about how amazing this deal is. But I'd like to read him a quote from Andrew Locker, chairman of the British National Federation of Fishermen's Organisation. He says, "I am angry, disappointed and betrayed. Boris Johnson promised the rights to all the fish that swim in an exclusive economic zone, and we've got a fraction of that. Is he wrong?"
I'm afraid yes, he is, Mr. Speaker, because we will take back control not only of we'll become an independent coastal state from the 1st of January, but in 5.5 years' time, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to fish every single fish in our waters if we so choose, and that is the reality. And in the meantime, as I say, and he didn't deny it, I don't think I heard him deny it, that the Scottish National Party is going to vote against the deal. They're effectively going to vote, Mr. Speaker, for no deal, after which they've campaigned against and denounced, proving once and for all that the interests of Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland, Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland are best served by a one-nation party serving one united kingdom. Mr. Speaker, this deal was negotiated by a big team, and he should know this, from every part of our United Kingdom, and it serves the whole of the UK, not least by protecting the integrity of the United Kingdom single internal market and Northern Ireland's place within it. Our points-based immigration system will end free movement and give us full control over who enters the country. And by the way, on that point, I want to thank very much my honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, for all he did to protect the interests of Northern Ireland. And at the same time, the deal provides certainty for airlines and hauliers who have suffered grievously during this pandemic. It guarantees the freedom of British citizens to travel to and from the EU and retain access to healthcare. It provides certainty for our police, for our border forces, for our security agencies, who work alongside our European friends to keep our people safe. They're going to vote against this, Mr. Speaker. It provides certainty for our partnerships on scientific research, because we want our country to be a science superpower, but also a collaborative science superpower. It provides certainty for business, Mr. Speaker, from financial services to our world-leading manufacturers, including our car industry, safeguarding highly skilled jobs and investment across our country. As for the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that he's found yet another position on Brexit. And having plunged down every blind alley and exhausted every possible alternative, he's come to the right conclusion, namely to vote for this agreement which this government has secured. And I hope very much that the honourable gentleman opposite is going to tell us that he too is going to join his right honourable friend and vote for this agreement. Is that the case?
I'm very happy to confirm for the Prime Minister, and I'm grateful for giving away, that I will be voting for this agreement. He mentioned several times his levelling up agenda, but financial services and those working in this sector have been left entirely out of it. So does he not agree with me that every city, every town that is dependent on financial services, from Leeds to Manchester to Edinburgh and many in between, they have been levelled down and left out from this deal?
Well, it's great to hear a member of the Labour Party not only backing the bankers, Mr. Speaker, backing financial services, but also, fantastic development, but also backing this deal. And he's quite right, because actually this deal does a great deal for services, for financial services, and for the legal profession, and many other professions. But alas, the good news about the Labour Party stops there, Mr. Speaker, because I'm told that the right honourable gentleman intends to ask the British people for a mandate to rewrite the deal in 2024. That's what he wants to do. I think, frankly, Mr. Speaker, we got Brexit done. Let's keep Brexit done, and let's keep Brexit done, and let's press ahead with this government's mission to unite and level up across our whole country and grasp the opportunities before us. Because I've always said, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make some progress now because many members want to speak. I've always said that Brexit is not an end but a beginning, and the responsibility now rests with all of us to make the best use of the powers that we've regained, of the tools that we've taken back into our hands. So we're going to begin by fulfilling our manifesto promise to maintain the highest standards of labour and environmental regulation, because no caricature could be more inaccurate than the idea of some bargain basement Dickensian Britain, as if enlightened EU regulation has been our only salvation from Dickensian squalor. Our national standards have always been amongst the very best in the world, and this House can be trusted to use its new freedom to keep them that way without any outside invigilation. We are going to open, Mr. Speaker, a new chapter in our national story, striking free trade deals around the world, adding to the agreements with 63 countries we've already achieved, and reasserting global Britain as a liberal, outward-looking force for good. Detaching ourselves from the EU is only a prelude to the greater task of establishing our new role, and this country is contributing to more than any other to vaccinate people across the world against COVID, leading the way in preventing future pandemics. And we will continue to campaign for 12 years of quality education for every girl in the world. And I thank my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, for what he's doing on that. We will continue to lead the drive towards global net zero as we host COP26 in Glasgow next year. And I hope and believe, and I think actually the tone this morning has given me encouragement in this belief, Mr. Speaker. The mood in the House this morning, which seems to be on the whole to be positive. I hope, in spite of the as usual thin, synthetic and confected indignation that we hear from some of the benches opposite, I hope and believe that this agreement will also serve to end some of the rancour and recrimination that we've had in recent years. Allow us to come together as a country to leave old arguments, old, desiccated, tired, super-masticated arguments behind, move on and build a new and great future for our country. Because those of us, Mr. Speaker, who campaigned for Britain to leave the EU never sought a rupture with our closest neighbours. We never wanted to sever ourselves from our fellow democracies, beneath whose soil lie British war graves in tranquil cemeteries, often tended by local school children, testament to our shared struggle for freedom and everything we cherish in common. What we wanted was not a rupture, but a resolution of the old, tired, vexed question of Britain's political relations with Europe, which has bedevilled our post-war history. First we stood aloof, then we became a half-hearted, sometimes obstructive member of the EU. Now, with this bill, we're going to become a friendly neighbour, the best friend and ally the EU could have, working hand in glove whenever our values and interests coincide, while fulfilling the sovereign wish of the British people to live under their own laws, made by their own elected parliament. That is the historic resolution delivered by this bill, and Mr. Speaker, I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Order, before I call the Leader of the Opposition, the House will want to be aware that I have accepted a request from the Government for an additional statement from the Secretary of State for Education on education return in January. This will be the second statement after the COVID-19 update and before the business statement. The ballot is already open in Members' Hub. I now call the Leader of the Opposition, the Right Honourable Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's often said there's nothing simple about Brexit, but the choice before the House today is perfectly simple. Do we implement the treaty that has been agreed with the EU, or do we not? That is the choice. If we choose not to, the outcome is clear. We leave the transition period without a deal on security, on trade, on fisheries, without protection for our manufacturing sector, for farming, for countless British businesses, and without a foothold to build a future relationship with the EU. Anyone choosing that option today knows there is no time to renegotiate, there's no better deal coming in the next 24 hours, no extensions, no humble addresses, no SO24s. So choosing that option leads to one place: no deal. Or we can take the only other option that is available and implement the treaty that has been negotiated. Now, this is a thin deal. It's got many flaws, and I'll come to that in a moment. I will in just a minute. But a thin deal is better than no deal. And not implementing this deal would mean immediate tariffs and quotas with the EU, which will push up prices and drive businesses to the wall. It will mean huge gaps in security, a free-for-all on workers' rights and environmental protections, and less stability for the Northern Ireland Protocol. Leaving without a deal would also show that the UK isn't capable of agreeing the legal basis for our future relationship with our EU friends and partners. And that matters, because I want Britain to be an outward-looking, optimistic and rules-based country, one that does deals, signs treaties and abides by them. I will in just one moment. It matters that Britain has negotiated a treaty with the EU Commission and the 27 member states. And it matters ultimately that the UK has not gone down the blind alley of no deal. It means that our future relationship starts on the basis of agreement, not acrimony. I give way.
Full to the right honourable gentleman for giving way and for setting out the position of the Labour Party. But he used to have 6 tests for any Brexit deal that he would be willing to support. How many of those tests does he believe the agreement actually meets?
Mr. Speaker, there's only one choice today, which is to vote for implementing this deal or to vote for no deal. And those that vote no are voting for no deal. And I'm going to give way again to the honourable gentleman. If he's voting no, does he want no to succeed at 2:30 this afternoon when the House divides? Does he want no to succeed in the vote? I give way to him.
Extremely grateful to him for giving way, but I'm afraid the leader of the Labour Party has accepted the spin of the government. This is actually a binary choice between deal and no deal. I think it says a lot about the way that his position has changed over recent weeks.
Mr. Speaker, this is the nub of it. Those voting no today want yes. They want others to save them from their own vote. They want others to save them from their own vote. Voting no, wanting yes. That's the truth of the situation, and that's why my party has taken a different path. I will give way.
I congratulate the right honourable gentleman on doing the patriotic and right thing today. But I think it would be of quite a lot of interest to the country to know that if he'd been responsible for these negotiations, what deal would he have negotiated?
Well, a better one than this for the reasons I'm about to lay out. I will go into some of the detail, not too much of the detail, but if anybody believes what the Prime Minister has just said about financial services, then they haven't read the deal. And with no further time for negotiation, when the default is no deal, it's not a mark of how pro-European you are to reject implementing this treaty. It isn't in the national interest to duck a question or to hide in the knowledge that others will save you from the consequences of your own vote. This is a simple vote with a simple choice. Do we leave the transition period with the treaty that's been negotiated with the EU, or do we leave with no deal? And so Labour will vote to implement this treaty today, to avoid no deal, and to put in place a floor from which we can build a strong future relationship with the EU. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Leader of the Opposition for giving way and outlining how clear and that this is for him. But his party has got two parliamentarians in Edinburgh South, one in the Scottish Parliament and one in Westminster. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, the member of the Scottish Parliament will vote against the deal, and as member of the Westminster Parliament here will vote for the deal. How does he square that circle?
Well, he knows very well it's a different vote. Now, it is a completely different vote on a different issue. I give way to the honourable member again with my question. When he votes no against this afternoon, does he want the bill to fail and thus we leave tomorrow night without a deal? Is that the intent? Does he want the result to go the way he's voting?
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for his intervention. I think he'll understand that there'll be members of his own party in lobbies with me this afternoon. But if he can point to me in the order paper where I'm voting for no deal, I'd be very happy. Can you tell me what page that is on?
That absolutely identifies the point. He's going to vote in the hope that others will vote the other way and save him from the consequences of his own vote. That is the truth of the situation for the SNP, hoping that others will do the right thing and vote in favour of implementing the treaty, because we fought against no deal together for months and years. And now those voting no are going to vote for no deal. Nothing's going to happen in the next 24 hours to save this country from no deal. So he wants to vote for something, but he doesn't want that vote to succeed. He wants others to have the burden of voting for it to save us from no deal. I'll give way in just a minute. I'm going to make some progress. It is, of course, completely unacceptable that this debate is happening now, one day before the end of the transition period. The Prime Minister said he had a deal that was oven ready. That was just about a year ago. Then it was supposed to be ready in July, then September, then November, and finally it arrived on Christmas Eve. And that matters. I will in just a minute. That matters because businesses have had no chance to prepare for the new regulations. Talk to businesses about their concerns. They've got real difficulties now. Many of them already taken decisions about jobs and investment because of the uncertainty. And of course that's made worse by the pandemic. But let me now just go to the deal itself and analyse some of the flaws in the deal. First, let's start with the Prime Minister and what he said on Christmas Eve in his press conference. Because he said this about the deal. There will be no non-tariff barriers to trade. There will be no non-tariff barriers to trade. His words. He wasn't being straight with the British public. That's plain wrong. It's worse than that. It wasn't an aside. It wasn't an interview, an off-the-record remark. It was a scripted speech. There will be no non-tariff barriers to trade. The Prime Minister knows it's not true. Every member of this House knows it's not true. I'll give way to the Prime Minister to correct the record. Either stand up and say that is true, what he said was true, or take this opportunity to correct the record. I give way.
On that point. Come on.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman knows perfectly well this is a zero tariff, zero quota deal. And perhaps he could tell us, since he says he would have negotiated a different and better deal, perhaps he could tell us whether he would have remained within the customs union and within the single market. And perhaps he could tell the House a little bit about how he proposes to renegotiate this deal and build on it and take the UK back into the EU, because that remains his agenda, Mr. Speaker.
But also, let's get on with the debate. Keir Starmer.
Difficult deflection. The Prime Minister... The Prime Minister, at a press conference, told the British public there will be no non-tariff barriers to trade. His answer just now is not an answer to that. It's not true, and the Prime Minister knows what he said is not true. He simply won't stand up and acknowledge it today, and that speaks volumes about the sort of Prime Minister that we have. Because the truth is this. I will in just a minute. The truth is this. There will be an avalanche of checks, bureaucracy and red tape for British businesses. Every business I've spoken to knows this, and every business any member's spoken to knows this. That's what they're talking about. It's there in black and white in the treaty. I will in 1 minute. There will be checks for farmers, for our manufacturers, for customs, on rules of origin, VAT, safety and security, plant and animal health, and much more. Many British exporters will have to go through 2 regulatory processes to sell to existing clients in the EU. And in order to keep tariff-free trade, businesses will have to prove that enough of their parts come from the EU or the UK. So there will be significant and permanent burdens on British businesses. And it's somewhat ironic that for years the Conservative Party has railed against EU bureaucracy, but this treaty imposes far more red tape on British businesses than there is at the moment. I will give way.
I thank my right honourable and learned friend for giving way. The lead-up to this Brexit deal has seen a litany of broken promises. Just earlier this year, the Prime Minister stood at that dispatch box and he said that there is no threat to the Erasmus scheme. He also, amongst other things, made grand statements about taking back full control of our fishing waters. Does my right honourable friend agree that despite all of the promises, it's not only the British fishermen that are accusing the Prime Minister of betrayal and having caved in to arrive at this insufficient deal?
Well, Mr. Speaker, these are examples of the Prime Minister saying things, making promises that he doesn't keep. That is the hallmark of this Prime Minister. Let me turn to the question... I will give way. I promised I would.
Giving way. Can the Leader of the Opposition not, in just some way, join millions of people in this country, including many millions of patriotic Labour voters, for the remarkable achievement of the Prime Minister?
I'm glad there's a deal. I'm going to vote for the bill to implement the deal today, because a deal is far better than no deal. That is the right thing to do. That is the right thing to do. But to pretend the deal isn't what it is not being honest. And it's not a basis from which we can go forward. To pretend there are no non-tariff barriers when there are is just not true. The Prime Minister won't get up and just say, I got it wrong, I didn't tell the truth when I was addressing the public. He won't get up and do that. The Prime Minister says, I don't know. The Prime Minister says, I don't know what I'm. The Prime Minister says, I don't know what I'm talking about. There will be no non-tariff barriers to trade. Will there be no non-tariff barriers to trade, Prime Minister? Yes or no? Oh. The ox is now on his tongue, I see. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to services. Because whatever the Prime Minister says, there's very little protection for our services in this deal. It is a gaping hole. We're primarily a services economy. Services account for 80% of our economic output, and we've got a trade surplus with the EU in services. But what we've got in this text doesn't go beyond what was agreed with Canada or Japan. The lack of ambition here is striking. And the result is no mutual recognition of professional qualifications. Talk to doctors, nurses, dentists, accountants, pharmacists, vets, engineers or architects about how they will practice now in other EU states, where will have to have them agreed with each state separately in different terms and conditions. And anybody who thinks that that's an improvement really does need to look again at this deal. It will make it harder, just 1 minute, it will make it harder to sell services into the EU and be a huge disincentive to businesses to invest in the EU. There's also a very thin agreement on short business travel, which will, for example, make it much harder for artists and musicians. And Prime Minister, they want to know what the answers to these questions are, not just comments from the bench. On financial services, even the Prime Minister himself has accepted, I don't know whether he sticks to this or whether this is one he won't own now, that the deal doesn't go as far as we would have liked. So pretending it's a brilliant deal just isn't on. We've got to rely on the bare bones of equivalence arrangements, many of which aren't even in place, that can be unilaterally withdrawn and at short notice. That's the reality of the situation. So we're left to wonder, either the Prime Minister did not try to get a strong deal to protect our service economy, or he tried and failed. Which is it? Let me turn to security. The treaty does offer important protections when compared to the utter chaos of no deal. For example, DNA and fingerprints. There are third-party arrangements to continue working with Europol and Eurojust, and I work with Europol and Eurojust, and I know how important that is. But the treaty does not provide what was promised, which was a security partnership of unprecedented breadth and depth. It does not. And anybody today who thinks it does, again, hasn't read the deal. We will no longer have access to EU databases which allow for real-time data shared, such as the Schengen Information System for missing persons and objects. And anybody who thinks that's not important needs to bear this in mind. That's used on a daily basis. In 2019, it was accessed and consulted 600 million times by the UK police. 600 million times. That's how vital it is to them. That is a massive gap in this deal, and the Prime Minister needs to explain how that is going to be plugged. Let me then turn to tariffs and quotas, because the Prime Minister's made much of this deal delivering zero tariffs and zero quotas. It does. Aha. Thank you, Prime Minister. It does, or rather, it does for as long as British businesses meet the rules of origin requirements. It does as long as the UK doesn't step away from a level playing field on workers' rights and environment. He says rubbish. He says rubbish. I have read, I've studied it, I've looked at it, I've been looking at nothing else for 4 years on this. If the Prime Minister doesn't realise, he's pretending that he's got sovereignty and zero tariffs and zero quotas. He hasn't. The moment he exercises the sovereignty to depart from the level playing field, the tariffs kick in. This is the... This isn't a negotiating triumph. It sets out the fundamental dilemma that's always been at the heart of these. He says, vote against it, vote for no deal. Really, as my wife says to our children, if you haven't got anything sensible to say, it's probably better to say nothing. This deal, it sets out the fundamental dilemma that's always been at the heart of these negotiations. If we stick to the level playing field, there are no tariffs and quotas. But if we don't, British businesses, British workers and British consumers will bear the cost. The Prime Minister hasn't escaped that dilemma. He's negotiated a treaty that bakes it in. And it poses the central question for future governments and future parliaments. Do we build up from this agreement to ensure the UK has high standards, that our businesses are able to trade as freely as possible in the EU market with minimal disruption, or do we choose to lower standards and slash protections and in that way put up more barriers for our businesses to trade with our nearest and most important partners? For Labour, this is clear. We believe in high standards. We see this treaty as a basis to build from, and we want to retain a close economic relationship with the EU that protects jobs and rights, because that's where our national interest lies today and tomorrow. But I fear the Prime Minister will take the other route, because he's used up so much time and negotiating capital in doing so. He's put the right to step away from common standards at the heart of the negotiation. So I assume that he wants to make use of that right as soon as possible. If he does, he has to be honest with the British people about the costs and consequences of that choice on businesses, on jobs and our economy. If he doesn't want to exercise that right, he has to explain why he's wasted so much time and sacrificed so many priorities for a right that he isn't going to exercise. Mr. Speaker, after 4.5 years of debate and division, we finally have a trade deal with the EU. It's imperfect, it's thin, and it's the consequence of the Prime Minister's political choices. But we have only one day before the end of the transition period, and it's the only deal that we have. It is a basis to build on in the years to come. And ultimately, voting to implement this treaty is the only way to ensure that we avoid no deal. And so we will vote for this bill today. But I do hope that this will be a moment where our country can come together and look to a better future. The UK has left the EU. The Leave Remain argument is over, whichever side we were on. The divisions are over. We now have an opportunity to forge a new future, one outside the EU, but working closely with our great partners, friends and allies. We will always be European. We will always have shared values, experiences and history. We can now also have a shared future, and today's vote provides the basis for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm now introducing a 4-minute limit for backbenchers. Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this deal and I will be supporting it today. And I welcome the fact that the official opposition will be supporting this deal. But I did listen with some incredulity to what the Leader of the Opposition said. He said he wanted a better deal. He had the opportunity in early 2019 when there was the opportunity of a better deal on the table and he voted against it. So I will take no lectures from the Leader of the Opposition on this deal. Mr. Speaker, central to this deal, the Prime Minister has said, is the tariff-free and quota-free trade arrangements, subject, of course, to rules of origin requirements. It would have been unforgivable for the European Union not to have allowed tariff-free and quota-free access, given that they signed up to that in the political declaration signed with my government in November 2018. One of the reasons for supporting this deal is the security arrangements that have been put in place, which are very important. Access to PNR and PROM are important. There's an issue of the timeliness of access to those, and the other databases like ECRIS. I hope in operational terms, in practice, we will see little change to the ability to investigate as a result of the good relationships that have been built up. But I do say that I think the EU has made a mistake in not allowing us access to SIS2. I understand that was a principle that they set, that we could not have that access, but I think that that is something that we should aim to try to find some resolution of that in the future, because it is an important database. It does help us in our fight against modern slavery, child abduction, and identifying criminals across our borders. One area where I am disappointed in the deal is in services. It is no longer the case that UK service providers will have the automatic right of access to provide services across the EU. They will have to abide by the individual rules of a state. I understand if you're a lawyer advising on UK law, in the Czech Republic you will have to be resident, in Austria you will have not to be resident, just as an example of the difference of those rules. And the key area is financial services. In 2018 in Mansion House I said that we wanted to work to get a financial services deal in the future treaty arrangement, and that would be truly groundbreaking. It would have been, but sadly it has not been achieved. We have a deal in trade which benefits the EU, but not a deal in services which would have benefited the UK. The arrangement treaty is clear that future negotiation on these points is possible, and I hope that the government will go to that negotiation with alacrity and vigour, particularly on financial services. Of course, there is a whole structure set up under this treaty. One thing this treaty does not do is excise the EU from our lives, because there's a whole structure of committees set up, some of which, like the Partnership Council, will be able to amend this arrangement, make determinations on its operation and interpretation, without, as far as I can see, any formal reference to this Parliament. Now, sovereignty has been underpinned the negotiations since Article 50 was triggered. Sovereignty does not mean isolationism. It does not mean we never accept somebody else's rules. It does not mean exceptionalism. And it is important, as we go forward, that we recognise we live in an interconnected world. And if the United Kingdom is going to play the role that I believe it should play in not just upholding, but encouraging and promoting the rules-based international order, and in ensuring that we promote the interests and value and strengthen multilateral institutions like the World Trade Organization, we must never allow ourselves to think, as I fear some in this House do, that sovereignty means isolationism. But I say to all members across this House, today is the time, as I have said before, to put aside personal and party political interests, which sadly too many have followed in the past. Vote in the national interest for the whole UK and support this bill.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the...
The gentleman wants to remain up there. I'm certainly not going to take interventions from there. I think it's better remains quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead. Can I wish you and all staff and members a good new year when it comes tomorrow evening? And if I may, can I just very quickly reflect on the sadness of the events that took place in the 2nd of January 1971 in Glasgow, when 66 predominantly young people lost their lives in the Ibrox disaster, including 5 from one village and 5 from Markinch. And I'm sure the whole House will want to remember those that sadly lost their lives at that moment. Mr. Speaker, when this bad Brexit deal was published, one of the very first public images that were released showed the Prime Minister raising his arms aloft in celebration. When I saw that image, my thoughts immediately turned to the European nationals who have made their home here, because they're certainly not celebrating. During the 4 years and more of this Brexit mess, the main emotion they have felt is worry. Worry about staying here, worrying about their jobs, and real worry for their families. In Scotland, these citizens are our friends. They are our family. They are our neighbours. So before this Tory government forces through a deal that rips us out of the European Union, the single market and the customs union, let us get this message out to Scotland's 234 EU citizens. Scotland is your home. You are welcome.
Hear, hear.
The value we place on European citizenship, that real sense of belonging to the European Union, cuts to the very core of this debate. Scotland is at heart a European nation. It always has been. Forcing our nation out of the EU means losing a precious part of who we are. Because Scotland didn't become European when the United Kingdom joined the EEC 40 years ago. Our relationship with Europe predates the United Kingdom by some way. An independent Scotland has enjoyed centuries of engagement with European nations. Scottish merchants travelled, traded and settled on the continent. We shared citizenship with France, and we appealed our nationhood to Rome. Scotland was European before it was British. That European history and heritage goes back to our nation's place in the Hanseatic League in the 15th century. Scotland was central to a trading alliance that forged connections and commerce from the North Atlantic, the Netherlands, Germany, Scandinavia and the Baltics. We were a European trading nation right up until many of our privileges were ended by the Treaty of Union. 3 centuries later, here we go again. Westminster seeking to end our access to those European relationships by removing us from today's union of nations across our continent. Westminster ending free movement of people and the access to labour that is so crucial to our economic success. Westminster seeking to end our automatic right to live, to work, and to get an education in 27 member states of the EU. Rights that our generation had. Rights to be taken away from our children and our grandchildren. And for what? Mr. Speaker, it was way back on the 11th of July 2016 that the former Prime Minister, the member for Maidenhead, first spoke the infamous words, "Brexit means Brexit." We all know what followed, the use of that foolish phrase, nearly 4 years of constant chaos and confusion. So today, at least we have some clarity. We now finally know what Brexit means. We have it in black and white. It means the disaster of a deal. It means broken promises. It means economic vandalism. It means an isolated United Kingdom in the middle of a global pandemic. It means the worst of all worlds for Scotland. Mr. Speaker, this morning's proceedings are so critically precisely because of that clarity, because with that clarity comes a choice, and it's a fundamental choice for Scotland. It is a choice between a future defined by this disaster of a deal or the future the SNP is offering to the Scottish people. An independent nation at the heart of the European Union. Today, the contrast between these two futures is clearer than ever, and that choice won't go away.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way, but I wonder if I could just put him the same question that was put to a colleague of his by the Leader of the Opposition and by Prime Minister. Today, when the Scottish National Party votes against this deal, they are therefore voting for no deal. Is his determination that the day after tomorrow the UK would have no deal and would be in a worse situation? Is that his position now? Could he just answer yes or no?
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for the question, because it's very simple. This is a piece of legislation that is being put forward today. No deal is not on the order paper. The deal that we currently have, the deal that exists today, where we're in the single market and in the customs union, is the best deal for us. And we have argued many times in this House, as the right honourable gentleman knows, that we should have extended transition. And that offer to extend transition was there from the European Union. It is not our choice to accept this shoddy deal. What we should be doing... I'll give way one more time.
I'm grateful for this.
Just one second. Sir Ian, you're on very early, and you don't want to go down the list, I'm sure. Ian Blackford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we'll accept your guidance on these things, although I was looking forward to the debate that we were having. Now that we see the scale of the bad Brexit deal, the question before the Scottish people is clear. Which union does Scotland wish to be part of? Which future will we choose? This broken Brexit Britain or the European Union? If this whole Brexit saga was truly about sovereignty, then the Scottish people can't and won't be denied our sovereign right to that self-determination. No Democrat should stand in the way of that. Nobody in this House, or even Boris with a small b. The Tory denial of democracy is a position that can't and won't hold. Scotland will have the right to choose its own future. Mr. Speaker, now that the detail of this deal is finally in front of us, people hope that Brexit fictions are swiftly replaced with Brexit facts. Judging by the Prime Minister's performance today, his government is still drowning in delusion or is simply just putting on an act. But for those of us who have lived in the real world these last 4 years, it's long past time that reality finally bursts the Brexit bubble. In recent days, we've heard wild celebrations and claims from leading Brexit cheerleaders about how this is the largest free trade deal in history. I'm sorry to inform them, it isn't. The biggest and the best free trading bloc in the world is the one that this Tory government is dragging Scotland out of. It's made up of 27 nations and 500 million citizens. It's called the European Union. In the middle of a pandemic and economic recession, Scotland has been removed from a market worth £16 billion in exports to Scottish companies. A market which by population is 7 times the size of the United Kingdom. Leaving the European single market and customs union would be damaging at any time. But in the middle of the current crisis, Prime Minister, it's unforgivable. It's an act of economic vandalism, pure and simple. As usual with the Tories, it is people who will pay the price. Initial Scottish Government modelling estimates the deal could cut Scotland's GDP by around 6.1%, £9 billion in 2016 cash terms by 2030. That will mean people in Scotland, the same people who have always opposed Brexit, are left £1,600 poorer. That's the cost of the Prime Minister's Brexit. I'll give way.
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Perhaps he could tell us what estimates he's made of the cost of the Scottish economy of losing access to the UK single market through independence.
Really? Really? I mean, I'm amazed at the right honourable gentleman who, of course, comes from Scotland, who seems to be threatening the people of Scotland with lack of access. Is that really the message that the Conservatives want to deliver to the people of Scotland? Shame on him. Shame on him. Shame on him. For all the Tory talk of levelling up, this deal is blatantly preparing the ground to level down on standards. Only in the last few days, the IPPR have warned that what many of us have suspected all along. This deal leaves workers' rights and environmental protections at serious risk of real erosion. Mr. Speaker, another Brexit bubble that badly needs bursting is the myth that leaving the EU will somehow make it easier for businesses to trade. This is literally the first trade deal in history that puts up barriers for business instead of removing them. In 2016, the Leave campaign's assortment of lies included the claim that Brexit would mean removing red tape for business. Since then, plenty of Brexit red lines have disappeared, but none of the red tape. This bad Brexit deal means that businesses will be burdened with mountains more bureaucracy, with more cost. If the Prime Minister wants to disagree with that, I'll certainly give way to him. But presumably, the Brexiteers think that's okay, because that tape will now be coloured red, white and blue. It means, well, I hear the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster saying it's how they tell them. You tell that to fishing businesses that all of a sudden are going to have to fill in customs declarations. And why? At his behest. Why? Based on his narrow ideology. That's the answer. Mr. Speaker, that means more delay, paperwork and checks. Well, if he wants to deny that, rise to his feet. Rise to his feet, because he knows that fishing businesses will face additional costs as a consequence of what his government has done. It means more delay, paperwork and checks, all of its burdening business, slowing trade and costing jobs. And Mr. Speaker, this deal not only inflicts economic self-harm, it ignores economic reality. There is barely a reference in this deal for the service sector. 80%, Mr. Speaker, of the entire UK economy. Services have been left in complete limbo. Where is there any mention, of course, it is not good news. The deal confirms an end to financial passporting rights which have been relied upon by financial services firms across the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to the biggest betrayal of all, the broken promises to Scotland's fishing communities. There are no Scottish Tory MPs in this chamber. If they were here, they would now be squirming. We know this Brexit deal means a drop in key fishing stocks. For cod, for haddock, for whiting and for saithe, this deal means fewer access to fish than under the existing arrangements. Let me say that again. Less access to these fish than under the common fisheries policy. And you know, one of the things that's missing from the deal, and I would have thought better of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, is that we had special privileges, the so-called Hague arrangements, that gave additional fishing rights to Scotland. They weren't even negotiated as part of this deal. We have lost, one can only assume, from the incompetence of the UK negotiators. The Scottish Tories said that tying fishing to a trade deal was a red line that must not be crossed. But yet, here we are. It is exactly what has been done. Every single Tory promise, every red line has been blown out of the water. Countless broken promises, but not even one resignation, although I may say so, yet. Not even one apology or a hint of humility or of regret. I take no comfort in saying that this was predicted, because this deal represents a history of bitter betrayal. Our fishing industry, our Scottish fishing industry, was sold out by the Conservatives on the way into Europe in 1973, and as the United Kingdom leaves, they've been sold out all over again. The Scottish Fishermen's Federation know that they've been conned, stating the deal does not restore sovereign UK control over fisheries and does not permit us to determine who can catch what, where and when in our waters. For I hear the Prime Minister muttering rubbish. That's fishing organisation after fishing organisation in Scotland, Prime Minister, that knows exactly what you have done to them. For Scotland's fishing communities, blighting might not strike twice, but the Tories definitely do. The latest Scottish Tory leader, the member for Moray, gave one of the more graphic promises. He said he would drink a pint of cold sick rather than vote for a deal that gave EU vessels access for 2 years. Well, Mr. Speaker, this deal gives them 5 years access and potentially much more. Let's just say there'll be plenty of Scottish voters in the North East who'll be very interested in what he's drinking, and after he and his colleagues break every single promise and walk through the lobby with the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in later speeches, my colleagues will attempt to cover and scrutinise as much as we possibly can in the limited time the effect of this bill in Scotland. It has to be said, though, that this lack of scrutiny is not helped by the stance taken by the Labour Party. I'm sad to say that the official opposition have been missing in action. There was a time when Labour had 6 tests which they say needed to be passed in order for them to support any deal. Labour's Brexit tests have disappeared as quickly as Tory promises. Now, I can understand that this might be politically pragmatic for Labour, but it definitely isn't politically principled. But I suppose political principle is hard to manage by when you can't even get a coherent position between Scottish Labour and their UK bosses. Unfortunately, when it comes to position on this Brexit deal, Labour are literally all over the place. Today in the Scottish Parliament, Labour will join with the Scottish National Party in refusing to grant a consent motion to this bill. I'm grateful for that. Labour will not only join us, but the Greens and the Liberal Democrats standing with us. Our Scottish Parliament, united against the Tories, united against this bill. Mr. Speaker, it is ultimately for others to explain their own actions and the litany of broken promises that will stay with them at the next election. Because in the end, this is not so much about the Brexit promises of political parties. It's about its impact on people. It's about respecting the democratic decisions that voters make. Both England and Wales voted to leave the European Union. They have decided that their future lies elsewhere. Let me make this clear. I may not agree with that decision, but I do, and my party respects it. This legislation respects it, and it forms a pathway to the future. The people of Northern Ireland voted to remain in the European Union. Due to the efforts of both Michael Barnier and the Irish government, the protocol protects the peace process. It means Northern Ireland avoids a hard border and stays in the European single market. I support that protocol and its protection of a hard-won peace. This deal respects that. That being said, the Scottish Tories, including Baroness Davidson and the former Scottish Secretary, threatened to resign if Scotland was not offered the same deal as Northern Ireland. I say to both of them now, there is still time. We are still waiting. Mr. Speaker, the only nation, the only democratic decision that has been ignored are the voices and the votes of the Scottish people. none of this deal respects the choice that we made. I would genuinely ask members to reflect on that reality. Imposing this Brexit, imposing this deal, means imposing a future that Scotland's people did not vote for and does not want. Let us not forget that one of the central claims of the Better Together campaign in 2014 was that if we stayed in the UK, we would be staying in the European Union. That's the promise that was made. We were also told that if we stayed in the United Kingdom, we were to lead the United Kingdom. On the day after the referendum, that all changed. Scotland was told to get back in its box. Right through the Brexit process, Scotland's voice has been ignored by Westminster. Our attempts at finding a compromise rebuffed at every opportunity, tossed aside on the premise that Westminster is supreme. Scotland locked out of the key decisions affecting our future, ignoring our desire to retain our European citizenship.
Despite the Right Honourable Gentleman's gloom, he knows that I adore and love his country. Does he not believe that Scotland has the character to succeed? Despite his misgivings, Scotland is a great country. Why is his speech so full of gloom and misery when Scotland has the character to prosper and succeed now?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman, and may I reciprocate and say that I love England, I love its people. But what I want is for us to maximise our opportunity, and what this deal does is it limits our opportunity. I want to unleash Scotland's potential. That potential will be unleashed with an independent Scotland at the heart of Europe. The Prime Minister's broken promise on Erasmus has been such a totemic issue in the last few days, and he will remember standing in this House promising us that we will be staying in the Erasmus programme. That betrayal denies our young people the opportunities European citizenship has given us. It denies them the European freedoms that we cherish, living, working and studying abroad. Around 200,000 people have taken part in Erasmus, including around 15,000 UK university students each year. It's also important to say that Erasmus isn't solely about university students. It's about support youth works, and it's about adult education, sport, culture and vocational training. It's why the Scottish Government are so committed to exploring every opportunity to keep Erasmus in place for our people. Because even the very name Erasmus signals our long-established European links. And that long tradition of connection comes right into the modern day with our own Winnie Ewing, Madame Ecosse herself. Winnie, a former member of the European Parliament, was chair of the EU Education Committee that brought in the Erasmus scheme. Mr. Speaker, people at home will be watching this. And we have the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster laughing about the success of the Erasmus scheme. Utterly, utterly, utterly pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying this. All that history between Europe and Scotland, all of those links and all of these opportunities are now at stake. Scotland's story is European. And that story doesn't end today. Our past is European, and our future must be European. As a nation, that is a choice that we made in 2016, and I am confident it is a choice we make now. We can't support this legislation because it doesn't respect that choice, and it doesn't provide for our future. Scotland's course is now set, and it's a very different course from the decisions being taken in this Westminster Parliament. We know that the only way to regain the huge benefits of EU membership is to become an independent state at the heart of Europe once more. That is the decision that the Scottish people will make, and we begin that journey today. There is now an empty seat at the top table in Europe. It won't be empty for long.
We now come to Father of the House, Peter Bottomley.
The House will know that the honourable gentleman is a more cheerful person than his speech. He's given us 25 minutes on a lesson in humility, for which we're grateful. He's talked about ignoring popular votes. In the Scottish referendum in 2014, The independence vote was 1,200,000. Sorry, in the 2019 election, sorry, for the SNP, it was 1,200,000. The vote against independence in 2014 was 2 million. There's a gap of 800,000, two-thirds of the vote that the honourable gentleman leads in this House. I think he should be cautious about predicting the future in the same way he should be cautious about interpreting the past. I think that, as Father of the House, I ought to recognise that the only significant speech ever made by a Father of the House was in the Narvik, Norway debate in May 1940, when David Lloyd George, in about his 11th year as Father of the House, probably gave people the confidence to vote or withhold their votes from government. I don't argue that today. I think we need to say, as many have said, except for the leader of the SNP, this is a debate today and a vote today on whether we go for this deal or we go for no deal. And I agree with the Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition in saying that. And I give my vote, although in the referendum I argued that on balance it was better stay in. We lost that, and unlike the SNP, I think one has to accept the result of a referendum. When my father was... if I don't mind. When my father, who survived serious personal injury during the war, was involved in the first negotiations about joining the European Union, I said to him, what were his views on the economic impact? He said, on balance, it didn't make much difference. When we joined in 1973, 2 years before I got elected to the House of Commons, it didn't make a big difference to our economy until after 1979, when the change in Britain made us going from the sick man of Europe to people who were looked on with respect, and many others said, how did you do it? And the answer in part was by chance, in part by freedom, and a kind of cautious approach to a free market economy that Margaret Thatcher led. Margaret Thatcher was the person who led the significant debates to stay in the European Union in 1975 with one of the best speeches I think she ever made. And I refer people to the Margaret Thatcher Foundation to read it. I was nominated or vouched for to become a candidate by Robin Turton, one of the leading anti-marketeers, and Margaret Thatcher and I argue the country, won the 1975 June by-election after Neil Martin, one of the leading campaigners against staying in the Europe common market, said, would Conservatives please vote for me, even though he and I disagreed in the same way that Sir Robin Turton had disagreed with me, but supported me. So, we often take down powers we don't normally expect, and the Prime Minister could probably vouch for that himself. I believe that we've got to make a success of our present situation, and we've got to make sure that, as one of my friends kindly said, we're opening a new chapter in a vibrant relationship with our continental cousins. We can, some of us, look with affection to the past. We look with some admiration to what's been achieved in this last year, and to look with confidence to the future. I think we ought to stop using this as an argument for Scottish independence. We ought to accept that the Labour Party has, in many of its proud traditions, putting the national interest before party interest. And I say to the Prime Minister, as I said to him in reasonable privacy one day, we want a leader we can trust, we want a cause which is just, so will you please lead us in the right direction in future?
Thank you. We now go to Margaret Beckett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today is the day when the Prime Minister promised us that he would get Brexit done. It's one of the many slogans and catchphrases that have not illuminated but rather obscured this debate. And at the weekend we had a good example of that obscurity. The Prime Minister mentioned it today, the 660 million deal that enables us to trade with the European Union with zero tariffs and zero quotas. And I'm sure that many fairly casual observers get the impression that this is some kind of negotiating triumph that we have wrung from the European Union. But the fact is, these are privileges and rights we already had. The 660 million is what we've salvaged, what we have left from what was a much greater package of rights and freedoms. I'm not knocking it. I think it's a good thing, but it's important to recognise it's not a net gain. And that's not all that is obscure and misleading. The Prime Minister spoke today about the rights for fishing and spoke as if we would, I think his phrase was, we'd be able to catch whatever we like. If you look at this agreement, that is not the case. If you look at this agreement, he said there were no non-tariff barriers as well as the tariff agreements on trade. That also is not true. The agreement makes it clear that there is much more bureaucracy, more rules, more regulations, the very things that he claimed that we would be escaping. And littered throughout the agreement are working parties, specialist committees, a partnership council to negotiate where there are differences. Even for the stuff that's been agreed, there is a great deal surrounding it by way of bureaucracy and negotiation, and there is much that is left out. Matters such as, I'm forgetting the words, the issues that protect designated products such as Stilton, so that quality can be maintained and we can be assured that our producers have their rights in the market, all put on one side. It's already been mentioned in the debate that the whole huge issue of financial services left on one side, something that has to be addressed in the future. And it's a blogger, I think, this weekend, who described these provisions in the treaty as negotiations without end. But today we have a Hobson's choice. We are for this deal, or we accept this deal, or we have no deal. That's why my vote will be cast to accept that this legislation should pass to the statute book. And I don't accept that that means we can't criticise it in future. I certainly intend to do so.
Sir William Cash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in these historic days, as we regained our freedom and our independence, I pay a profound tribute to our democracy and to the sovereignty of the mother of our parliaments, but above all to the voters in the referendum and the general election last December, and of course to our Prime Minister, who against all the odds led us out of parliamentary paralysis last year to victory, delivering us from 48 years of subjugation to EU laws and European court jurisdiction and regaining our sovereignty. Our Prime Minister, a great classicist, like his hero Pericles, is the first citizen of his country, and like him has saved our democracy. Like Alexander the Great, Boris has cut the Gordian knot. Churchill and Margaret Thatcher would have been deeply proud of his achievements, and so are we. This bill for our future relationship with the EU provides a new, exciting era for our trade with Europe and the rest of the world on sovereign terms, not those of the EU as with the Chequers deal, and we must pay tribute to David Frost, Oliver Lewis, the Attorney General and her advisers for the successful outcome of these negotiations. There remain challenges on fishing and in relation to Northern Ireland. We must use our new and renewed sovereignty to exercise the political muscle it gives us to resolve these challenges. We can, and I believe we will. Regaining our right to govern ourselves is a true turning point in our great history. It compares in peacetime only with the restoration by Monk in 1660 on the absolute condition of parliamentary consent, then followed by 1689, the Hanoverian succession, and the evolution of our modern parliamentary democracy, which has been the bedrock of our freedom and enabled us, with the leadership of Churchill, to repel the danger of conquest in May 1940. In April 1990, I was asked, by Margaret Thatcher to lunch at number 10 with members of the Cabinet. Margaret Thatcher asked me, what did I feel about Europe? I replied, Prime Minister, your task is more difficult than Churchill's. He was faced with bombs and aircraft. You are faced with pieces of paper. Our Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has achieved what all those years ago I was told was impossible. I refused to believe them. So did the Maastricht rebels, and last year the 28 Tory Spartans, which opened the way to where we are today. We have now won back our sovereignty, despite those European pieces of paper. We owe our Prime Minister, the country owes him, our deepest congratulations on his achievement.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, can I say that I am glad that in 2 days' time we will be finally leaving the EU. It is something which my party and I personally campaigned for. It is something which would probably not have happened had it not been for the votes in crucial debates in this House when Remainers tried to undermine the result of the referendum. But I've got to say, today, that euphoria is tinged with sadness, because the deal which the Prime Minister has struck will not apply equally to all parts of the United Kingdom. Northern Ireland will not enjoy all the benefits of this deal. And indeed, we will still find ourselves in many ways tied to some of the restrictions which EU membership have been free from in the rest of the United Kingdom. We welcome that there have been limitations and mitigations to the withdrawal agreement, but unfortunately the withdrawal agreement is still an integral part of the government's policy and an integral part of this deal, because this deal commits the government not only to implementing this agreement but supplementing agreements, and they've got to do it in good faith. And therefore we find that the detrimental impacts of the withdrawal agreement, that Northern Ireland will still be subject to some EU laws made in Brussels. Those laws will be adjudicated by the European Court of Justice. There will be barriers to the internal trade within the United Kingdom between Northern Ireland and GB and GB and Northern Ireland, and already the impact of that is being manifested. GB companies are no longer, and indicating they will no longer supply to Northern Ireland. We have seen that VAT on cars will increase in Northern Ireland, and cars from the 1st of January 20%, second-hand cars 20% dearer in Northern Ireland as a result of VAT rules applying, and a whole range of other things.
Oh, John, give way.
I will.
Thank you for giving way. Does he agree with me that there seems to be no protection for the single market regulations, in particular for banking and investment firms? There's not even the option for our firms in Northern Ireland to apply for authorisation to the equivalent of the FCA. Does he feel that that's an anomaly that needs to be addressed as well?
And of course, it's not only in those areas, but the Prime Minister talked about the way in which, because there was no longer any need for regulatory conformity, that the UK could free itself to develop fintech, biosciences, agricultural practices. But of course, because Northern Ireland will still remain under some of the EU regulations, we will not be able to benefit in many ways from those new exciting opportunities. However, having said that, the Northern Ireland will still be part of the United Kingdom, and I know that people have said that this deal will drive a wedge in the Union. The wedge in the Union can only be driven when the people of Northern Ireland decide that they no longer wish to remain part of the UK. And I believe that when it comes to a choice between joining the Irish Republic, a small nation which will bob about in the storms of economic chaos that will result in the future, and being anchored to the 5th largest economy in the world, which will prosper under Brexit, then I believe that that choice will be an easy choice for the people of Northern Ireland. What I would say, though, to the Prime Minister is, Prime Minister, there will be economic damage as a result of our exclusion from this agreement. But there are opportunities. There's a joint committee. There's a review of the agreement. There's the fact that we now have parliamentary sovereignty. There's the fact that the government can act unilaterally to undo economic damage. And we will continue to press you and your government, Prime Minister, to live up to your promises that Northern Ireland will not be disadvantaged as a result of the deals which you have done. Let me finally say that we will not be voting for this deal today. And I think the reasons are obvious, because we're excluded from many of its benefits. That does not mean that we have any common cause with the petulant Remainers in this Parliament who want to undo the referendum. It is because we are disappointed Brexiteers. It is because we are people who believed that the United Kingdom should leave as a whole, and that is not happening. And for that reason, we will not be voting for this deal today.
Syrian Duncan-Smith.
Deputy Speaker, it's a privilege to be able to speak in this debate and to follow the honourable gentleman who I consider a friend. Can I start today by congratulating, I was going to say my right honourable friend, but I should perhaps say my right honourable friend, the member for Athens, as our friend the member for Stone has declined him as a modern Pericles. But he does deserve the full plaudits on this delivery of this trade deal. And he is entitled, I think, to a moment of satisfaction, because despite what all those doomsayers have said perpetually about his process through this, is that he would not achieve a deal. There was no chance of that, and therefore we would have to leave on no deal. But he has defied that, and he has shown us that actually consistency, determination and optimism are key drivers in any negotiation, and I thank him for that. And I also want to thank those who were the negotiators, Lord Frost and others of his team, who have delivered this in the face of quite a lot of difficulty. But for me, it brings to the end a 29-year period when, back at the time of the Maastricht Treaty, and I just entered Parliament, I was faced with the choice of whether I would vote for what I saw as a huge extension of powers from the European, what became the European Union. And I made the mistake, Madam Deputy Speaker, of entering the smoking room to have my honourable friend, the member for Stone, lay his arm upon my shoulder, and my career was ruined thereafter. But I chose directly as a result of those blandishments to vote against Maastricht. I don't regret it, but I do say that it was from that moment onwards that I was certain that the United Kingdom would leave the European Union, because it was getting more and more centralised, and it was not what we had joined. I voted to join, and therefore I am pleased now that we have delivered on that, and it is my right honourable friend that has done that. And I say to those who are going to vote against this today, they cannot escape the reality. To be fair to the Leader of the Opposition, he made it very clear that if you vote against this today, you are voting for no deal. You don't have to have it written on a piece of paper, because that would defy any logic that this place is about. So those who are voting against this, I give way to Jonathan.
I don't believe that's the case. We're voting on the merit of the agreement, and the reality, the agreement is introducing a whole layer of extra bureaucracy for citizens and businesses in the UK. It's a charter for red tape.
Well, do you know, I always love colleagues in this place trying to explain their actions, but there comes down to one simple point. We all know in this House, if you defeat an objective, you are left with what was there before. And what is there before, in this case, is no deal. And I'm sorry for him if he thinks that he wants to vote against something because it's wrong. He's voting at the same time, therefore, for the status quo. The status quo is we leave the day after tomorrow with no deal. And there is no escaping that, I'm afraid, no matter what they wish for. And I welcome this deal. It's not perfect. Nobody here is going to say you can get a perfect deal, because there are two sides in this discussion. But it is a huge advance on where we might have been. We take back control of our sovereignty. We are a sovereign nation again. And with that power, we can set our own direction in international as well as domestic relations. And I simply say to those who don't see this, that this is a huge step forward to be able to regain that control. Bringing back the power to this House and this Parliament is what the Prime Minister has achieved. Yes, there are things in this which will need time to develop. Fishing, I accept. We have a better deal now, but 5 years from now, we will have the key opportunity to decide how those waters will be run at our benefit. And I congratulate the Prime Minister for that. And I also want to say, it's very important, we also have the power to reset the environmental running of those waters. Far too long, too many large trawlers have literally destroyed many of our fishing areas. And now I urge my government to start that process literally tomorrow and make sure we bring environmentalism back and control of this to our area. So I want to... no, I can't give way. I beg his pardon on this one. But I want to conclude by simply saying Brexit was never about being anti-European. Brexit is about restoring power to the UK. I love Europe. Half my family have worked in Europe all their working lives. I studied out there. I love its idiosyncrasies. I love its language differences. I love its arts and its culture and its people. But I am British. I am a member of the United Kingdom, and I want to respect them, be their friend. For too long, we moved into the same house with them, and we didn't get on. We're now just going to move next door and be good neighbours, good friends, and good allies. I congratulate my right honourable friend for bringing this to a conclusion. He deserves the plaudits that he's going to get.
In order to assist members who are further down the list in preparing their speeches, I ought to give notice that after the Honourable Member for Bromley and Chislehurst, who is number 19 on the list, the time limit will then be reduced to 3 minutes. I can see the Honourable Member for Tunbridge and Malling already tearing up part of his speech. We now come to Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I draw attention to the fourth report of the Brexit Select Committee on the Agreement, which was published this morning? The committee's wonderful staff worked really hard over Christmas, but we have not had the opportunity in 3 days to produce a fuller report, and I did write to the Leader of the House about giving the committee a bit more time to complete the task that was given to us just under a year ago. I will be voting for this bill to implement the agreement today because, quite simply, the alternative is no deal. And I recognise there are others in the House who will abstain and vote against, but in truth, if we were in the position that every single one of their votes were required in order to get this bill and therefore this agreement through, I cannot believe that any of those colleagues would actually choose no deal with all of the damaging economic consequences it would bring over a deal. And that's why I think in the end the Prime Minister realised he had no alternative but to get an agreement. This is not a vote about whether we support Brexit. I do not. But it's happened. This is a vote about making a bit better of a bad job. Yeah. Now, there are aspects of the agreement that will be welcomed. The absence of tariffs has been referred to, the agreement on healthcare, the level playing provisions seem pretty reasonable to me. We've got access to some of the information we require for our security. But we must also be honest about what is missing from this agreement and what that will mean. It does not deliver frictionless trade. It will impose checks, costs and red tape on British businesses that export to Europe. And I was frankly astonished to hear the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster on the radio the other morning apparently praising red tape as a benefit because it will make British businesses get match fit to trade. Well, that is certainly a novel economic theory, and it doesn't reflect the Conservative Party as we previously understood it. It offers no certainty yet on data transfer or financial services, which is so important to our economy. We didn't get what was sought on conformity assessments, on rules of origin, on mutual recognition of qualifications, on reduced SPS checks, and there is, as of this moment, no agreement yet on Gibraltar. No. And why has this happened? Because from the start, the government was faced with having to choose between sovereignty on the one hand and the economic interests of the country on the other, and however hard they tried to pretend that they could have the best of both, that was never possible. There was always a trade-off. that would have to be made, and we see that reflected in the agreement before us, which is long and complex, rather like Brexit itself, and the full implications of both have yet to be revealed. Madam Deputy Speaker, today this bill will pass. Tomorrow, the process of leaving the EU will be complete. But the day after, we will need to look forward, because a new question will confront us as a nation. What kind of relationship do we now wish to have with our biggest, nearest and most important trading partners and friends? And the other reason why I'll be voting for this bill today is, for all it has failed to secure, it at least provides a foundation on which in the years ahead we can build what I hope will be a strong economic and political relationship with our European friends. And I hope as we move beyond Leave and Remain, we will now be able as a country to come together to do exactly that.
Now we go virtually to Dame Cheryl Gillan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say it's a pleasure to follow the member for Leeds Central. I don't always agree with him, but I recognise the detailed and sterling work that he has done on the Brexit Select Committee, and I'm glad that he is voting for the bill today. Can I also welcome the fantastic news on Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, which along with this bill gives us a double reason for celebration. I want to add my congratulations and plaudits to the Prime Minister and all our negotiators for their steadfastness in bringing home this deal. Make no mistake about it, it took guts and determination to both leave the EU and to finally deliver this result. It may not be perfect. I too, for example, share the reservations expressed by the member for Maidenhead about the position of our services industry, which I think needs urgent resolution as to, for example, what the equivalence rules will look like. But it has been hard won and delivered zero tariffs and quotas, which are bringing a huge sigh of relief to many of the businesses and industries across the country. But at the same time, it allows the UK to once again control its destiny through its own elected representatives and its own courts. The independence and control over our affairs that I and many others voted for in the referendum. So this is not a precipitative end to our relationship, but the controlled departure we were all hoping for. And with our participation in programmes such as Horizon Europe or the EU space surveillance and tracking indicates our recognition that there are things we can do better together across Europe, but now without having to be subject to a regime that we could not change or at the very least even influence. There will also be many other things we can do better, such as the Turing Scheme, which is going to offer 35,000 UK students worldwide opportunities and which will replace Erasmus. When we pass this legislation today, we are in a golden position to create a great future for the United Kingdom, a future that the people of Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland and England will grasp with both hands. The trade deals and continuity agreements we have already signed with 62 countries attest to that. And we must make a great deal of fuss about the work that has gone into those signings, which will mean so much for our country in the future. To those who continue to wage a war of attrition against this reborn independence and look backwards towards membership of the EU, I hope they too will now move on and develop the guts and determination of our Prime Minister to back our own union and contribute positively to its future success. I believe the UK's future is bright, working alongside Europe, but finally after today, not subjugated by it. It's with great pleasure I support this bill.
Now we go again virtually to Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand completely the exasperation of people that 4.5 years after the Brexit referendum we're still debating this subject, and I understand the desire to move on. And I also accept the proposition that a thin deal is better than no deal. But this is not only a thin deal, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a bad deal. And a far better deal could and should have been negotiated by the government and still could be. In nearly 20 years that I've spent in this House, 15 of them on the front bench, there have been many occasions where I've voted for a proposition with reservations. That's the nature of parliamentary and party politics. But there are occasions where that proposition is too damaging to support. I accept there's a valid argument at this stage, as laid out by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, to move on and for the Opposition to build on this bad deal. I also accept that in politics, many decisions, perhaps most, are not between what's right and what's clearly identifiable as wrong, but on a continuum between what's unpalatable and what's unacceptable. Clearly, no deal is unacceptable. This bad deal is certainly unpalatable and in places unacceptable because of the ideological approach taken to negotiations by this awful right-wing shambles of a Tory government determined to set Britain on a path that will damage it culturally and economically. So while I understand the desire to move on, I simply don't understand why it's necessary for those who believe this is a bad deal to vote for it and dip their fingertips in the indelible ink of this abject failure of national ambition. The deadline we're up against today is an entirely artificial one, sustained only so that the Prime Minister can say he has met his own political timetable. The truth is that the transition period could have been extended, or the deal could have been introduced on a provisional basis to allow this House to thoroughly scrutinise it line by line, rather than follow the take it or leave it by lunchtime timetable that the government has artificially manufactured today. My right honourable friend was right to talk about the red tape for manufacturing in this deal, checks for farmers, burdensome regulation on businesses, and that the consequences of the deal will be economically damaging. In addition, the government have chosen to end the Erasmus educational programme for young people. There's no proper recognition for professional qualifications, and it will remove work permit-free access across the EU for touring musicians who've already been unable to work for the last year due to COVID. Just in the last few days, that issue alone has triggered a petition to Parliament of over 200,000 signatures. And less than a year ago, the DCMS Minister, the member for Selby and Anstey at the time, said in Westminster Hall that it's absolutely essential that free movement for artists is protected post-2020. That's just one example of the failure of the government to deliver, even on its own woefully inadequate promises in relation to this deal. This is a thin deal. It's a failure, even on the government's own terms. In short, it's a bad deal, and I won't be voting for it.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Those of us who voted and campaigned to leave the European Union did so for a number of reasons. I was always a constitutional leaver. For me, the test of this bill is, does it return the sovereignty that we sought? And the answer is yes. Why? Because there is no subjugation to EU law or EU jurisprudence, no direct effect, no direct application. Retention of any of these would have been incompatible with a sovereign state, and in fact, from our accession to the EC through various EU treaties, all of these elements were incompatible with the concept that those who live under the law should be able to determine those who make the law. That is what we have regained in this process. The second test for me is, does this allow us to have a genuinely independent trade policy? Let's remember, we were told it would take more than 10 years to reach a free trade agreement with the European Union. It would be impossible to roll over all the EU agreements that we had. I stood at that dispatch box and listened to the opposition incessantly telling us that. And so congratulations to the Department for International Trade, the ministers and officials under Crawford Faulkner for all that they have achieved, and especially to David Frost for landing one of the world's biggest, if not the biggest, trade agreement in 11 months. A world record, again, something we were told was not possible. When we voted to leave the European Union, we also voted to leave the single market, although for some of us, remember, the single market is also the single anti-market, with many of the restrictions and protectionisms that it encompasses. But if we want to access the single market as now is, there has to be a price to be paid. If we want to diverge from the rules of the single market, there has to be a price to be paid again. Does this agreement provide effective mechanisms for us to do these things? And my answer again is yes.
Right Honourable Frank Giveaway. Does he agree that the mechanisms that this treaty has found are every bit as good as the mechanisms, for example, in the Canada Treaty and all the other treaties that reflect these tensions in free trade agreements?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and not only are they effective mechanisms, they keep us in line with the best international practice which exists, which of course enables us to move forward with greater predictability. And on that point, there are a number of specific elements to welcome. The first is the acceptance of the concept, I'm afraid. The first is the concept of non-regression as a means of ensuring minimum standards, while we accept that the maintenance of those high standards have fixed costs in terms of international commerce, which is why we will always need to compete at the high end of the quality market globally in goods and services. And as the Prime Minister rightly pointed out, we cannot ever become the bargain basement economy because the fixed costs that we have are simply too high. And quite rightly, the British people wouldn't allow us to abandon the standards that we have. It means that we will have to move forward with the natural innovation and creativity of the British people, expanding our export culture. Because the bottom line is that without more exports, without more actual trade, any trade agreement is simply a piece of paper. It is upon the natural innovation of the British people that our prosperity will be built in the future. The second element, as my right honourable friend alluded to, is that the concept in dispute resolution of international arbitration is done without the European Court of Justice. And that brings us in line with international trends and practices. Which takes us to the third element, which is the mechanism of determining divergence. If there's no ability to determine to diverge, we're not sovereign. If there's not a price to be paid for divergence, the EU would never have reached the agreement with us. What would have been unacceptable would have been the concept of dynamic alignment, automatically taking EU rules into our law over which we've no control. But what is acceptable is that there are penalties for divergence that are clearly set out, that are proportionate, and that are required to show harm rather than simply being put into law. And the most important element of all of this is that it is we who will weigh up the costs of any and benefits of any potential disalignment, our choice. That is one of the key elements that we have in the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, today opens up a new chapter in our politics. It's the choice between maintaining and strengthening an independent United Kingdom and the new ranks of the rejoiners, who will have us thrust back into accession European politics all over again, consuming all our political time and energy, a future I believe the British public will reject. There are things we do have to still sort out, the future of Gibraltar being one of the important ones, and seeing further details on services, including financial services. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a historic day in our democracy. We've delivered on the referendum, delivered on our election promises, and if for the opposition it's not reasons to be cheerful, at least it's reasons we should all be proud.
Sir Ed Davey.
Madam Speaker, our country is gripped by two crises. Britain's hospitals are overwhelmed, and Britain's economy is in the worst recession for 300 years. A responsible government, faced with these crises to people's health and people's jobs, would not pass this bad deal. For this deal will make British people poorer and British people less safe. It's not really a trade deal at all. It's a loss of trade deal. It's the first trade deal in history to put up barriers to trade. Is that really the government's answer to British business, fearing for their futures, and British workers fearing for their jobs? We were told leaving the EU would cut red tape. But this deal represents the biggest increase in red tape in British history. 23 new committees to oversee this new trade bureaucracy, 50,000 new customs officials,
400 million new forms. Some analysts estimate the cost of this new red tape burden for British business at over £20 billion every year. Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't the frictionless trade the Prime Minister promised. These reels...
I'm extremely grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving, and I fully agree with the points that he's making. Is he concerned at reports that indicate that the lack of equivalence for sanitary and phytosanitary measures means that Welsh farmers will face more red tape exporting to the EU than New Zealand farmers?
I completely agree with the honourable gentleman. He is absolutely right. And the more business see this, the more they will be very disappointed. For these reels of red tape will put more jobs at risk at a time when so many are already being lost to COVID. And all these new trade barriers will raise prices in the shops at a time when so many families are already struggling to make ends meet. From the failure to agree a good deal for Britain's services sector, 80% of our economy, to the failure to agree a stable deal that investors will trust. This is a lousy deal for Britain's economic future. The Conservatives can no longer claim to be the party of business. And with this deal, the Conservatives can no longer claim to be the party of law and order. For our police will no longer have real-time, immediate access to critical European crime-fighting databases like Schengen II. Such sources of key information about criminals and crimes are used every single day by our police. In 1 year alone, used over 600 million times, often in the heat of investigation. Thanks to the Prime Minister's deal, British police will lose that privileged access, and criminals will escape. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are so many things wrong with this deal, from its failings on the environment to the broken promises for our young people on Erasmus. Yet the irony is that with a deal supposed to restore parliamentary sovereignty, our Parliament has been given only hours to scrutinise it, when the European Parliament has days. And business has just days to adjust to this deal. Liberal Democrats called on the Prime Minister to negotiate a grace period to help businesses adjust, forgetting, of course, this government no longer cares about business. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government leaves us no choice but to vote against this deal tonight. Perhaps that won't surprise too many people. Liberal Democrats are, after all, a proud pro-European party who fought hard against Brexit. But we have genuinely looked at this post-Brexit trade deal to assess whether it's a good basis for the future relationship between the UK and the EU, and it isn't. And to those who argue a vote against this deal is a vote for a no deal, I have to tell you this. The Liberal Democrats have led the charge against a no deal when this Prime Minister was selling the virtues of a no deal. Madam Deputy Speaker, tonight the question is simple. Is this a good deal for the British people? Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, the question is this a good deal for the British people? A deal that costs jobs, increases red tape, hits our service-based economy, undermines our police and damages our young people's future. It's a bad deal, and Liberal Democrats will vote against it.
Now we go virtually to Neil Parish.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by congratulating the Prime Minister and his negotiating team for a deal which preserves tariff-free and quota-free trade with the EU worth over £660 billion. I also want to welcome the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine that will help deliver our health in the future, and all the great work that all our health workers are doing in our communities and across the country fighting COVID. I hope that all members opposite will join us in voting for the Future Relationship Bill today to support our farmers, our fishermen, our car industry, and finally delivering on the referendum result. The public have consistently voted to leave the EU over the last 4.5 years, including in Tiverton and Honiton. But farmers in my constituency and across the whole of the United Kingdom were pleased to see that we are leaving with a deal. Sheep farmers across the industry, across the whole United Kingdom who were facing tariffs of almost 50% will breathe a huge sigh of relief this Christmas. Our fishing industry can also be assured that the agreement recognises UK sovereignty over our waters and puts us in a position to rebuild our fishing fleet, coastal communities, and also processing more of our fish into the future. We are gaining 25% more fish, worth 146 million for our fleet over the next 5 years. And we can go further with the right to exclude EU boats should we want to. But the Prime Minister and the government were right to be reasonable on this issue because we export about 80% of the fish that we catch to the EU. So we do need a market for that fish. We also need to cooperate with this agreement so that we are not constantly fighting with the EU and ending up in arbitration. I think there are incentives on both sides within the deal to keep promises and to be proportionate. Clearly, there will be some practical challenges over the next few weeks and months for our businesses. On the EFRA Select Committee, we have heard evidence about technical barriers to trade and the additional paper and non-tariff barriers that exporters and importers will have to deal with. I want to take this opportunity to urge the government to be on standby to assist businesses as they adjust to the new processes, whether it's his marine management organisations, the Food Standards Agencies, DEFRA, or the Department of Transport. We have seen over the last few weeks how important the Dover-Calais crossing is for trade, and including for fresh food on our shelves at this time of year. We need to make sure our businesses and hauliers are prepared for new rules of origin requirements as well as plant and animal health regulations at the border. Leaving the EU's customs union and single market is going to be a big change. What we now need to do as a country is to work hard to overcome any challenges and seize the opportunities that an independent sovereign state can bring. Let's raise our standards on animal welfare. Let's challenge public procurement and eat more food that we produce in this country. Let's lead in the world in clean environmental cars and environmental protection. Let's catch more fish and regenerate our coastal communities. And let's roll up our sleeves, export more and attract more investment from all corners of the globe. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And now we go virtually to Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Negotiations over Brexit and a deal with the EU have gone on for nearly 4 years in what was initially described as the easiest deal in human history. The decision to leave has led to a significant devaluation in the pound, along with reduced business certainty and investment in the UK. But now that a deal has finally been reached, it is time to move on with our new relationship with the EU. However, this thin, final hour deal was not the deal that I wanted. It was not the deal we were promised. It was not the deal that my constituents, the vast majority of whom voted to remain, had hoped for. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not believe that this is a good deal. Indeed, it will never compare to the deal that we had before, which allowed for free movement, studying abroad, access to healthcare, access to the single market and the customs union. In the last Parliament, I consistently called for a second referendum and voted to remain in both the single market and customs union. But the debate has moved on from them. Things that seemed possible in 2018 and 2019 were no longer a reality after the general election. So today the choice is stark. This deal, a bad deal and a bad outcome, or no deal, a disastrous outcome for the country and for my constituents. Given the choice this country currently faces, I cannot in good conscience sit on my hands and abstain on the biggest vote I have faced since my election in 2017, and in effect say I don't mind either way if we leave with a deal or not. I also don't think it will be credible for the opposition to sit on the sidelines on an issue of such fundamental importance. Nor can I vote against the deal when the alternative, no deal, is a complete disaster. The responsibility for this bad deal lies squarely with the Conservatives. But this is the deal that Labour will inherit if elected in 2024, and it will be our responsibility to build on it and to make it succeed in the future. And as a starting point, I call on the government today to restore the UK's participation in Erasmus. Opting out will deprive thousands of young people of opportunities and sever countless potential links between UK nationals and our European neighbours. I lived and worked in Italy under a EU scheme as a teenager, and it fills me with sadness that the same opportunities will no longer be afforded to my children and my constituents. And as an MP proud to have a large number of constituents who work in the creative industries, I urge the government to do everything possible to secure a cultural work permit that gives visa-free travel throughout the 27 EU states for creative professionals to perform shows and events, along with customs exemptions for their touring equipment. Finally, the level playing field commitments on labour and environmental standards are limited. They are not dynamic and do not require the UK to uphold current levels of protections in all instances. In 2017, I tabled an amendment to the EU withdrawal bill that sought to ensure both sex discrimination protections and maternity rights, along with rights of workers with caring responsibilities, would be no worse off after Brexit than had Britain remained a member of the EU. This deal gets nowhere close to achieving that. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear that this is a bad deal, but it is better than the disaster of no deal. That's why today, with great sorrow that we left the European Union last January, I will vote for this government's deal.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just following the Honourable Lady from Lewisham West, I feel we're having a debate about a glass being half full or a glass being half empty. But I think it's worth reminding ourselves that we will be able to do things like abolish the tampon tax, which so many honourable ladies opposite railed against the government about, only because we're leaving the EU and getting out of their jurisdiction. Madam Deputy Speaker, this extraordinary recall of Parliament the day before New Year's Eve, and in the midst of a raging pandemic, is a pivotal moment in our history. Since the 31st of January, we have been in limbo, outside the EU but subject to its laws and institutions. Tomorrow marks the real departure when we take back control of our destiny. Denial by some of the importance of sovereignty is based on a confusion. Sovereignty is not the same as power. Sovereignty is the ultimate source of authority to exercise power. EU member states have given that ultimate authority to the EU. Demanding its return was a revolutionary act by the majority who voted leave in the referendum, which they can then confirmed in the 2019 general election. I give way to my honourable friend.
Very briefly, is he also aware that in an national opinion poll undertaken yesterday, 55% of the British public want MPs to vote for this deal, whereas only 15% do not?
That revolution continues. And it recalls our glorious revolution of 1688, when the nation broke with an attempt to align the then three kingdoms of the British Isles under James II with an existing European hegemon, and to create a new arrangement with the modern free-trading Dutch. And when Parliament reasserted the right of the people through the Bill of Rights to consent to their system of government. And it is this right which was increasingly compromised in the EU because it attaches more importance to integration and central control than to democratic choice. Some said the EU would never allow the UK to leave EU control and prosper. And what the EU negotiators called governance became the fundamental difference of principle in the EU negotiations. This agreement may be less than many would have liked in many respects, and let's just remind ourselves, so many of those extra barriers and checks are being imposed by the EU at their choice, not because we chose to accept them. But I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. He held absolutely firm on governance by insisting that the EU could only have free trade with the UK if they give up their control
over the UK. And as the ERG Legal Advisory Committee has confirmed, this agreement treats the EU and the UK as sovereign equals. Now, I've no doubt that the EU will continue to do everything it can to assert what it intends the provisions of this agreement should mean. And then this is the new challenge. For 2 generations, our system became institutionalised by the EU, but we now have the reciprocal right to insist on our view of fair interpretation with equal vigour. And we must do that. Only then can we seize the great opportunities that exist for our reborn nation. And a final word about Scotland. It is striking that the government has agreed an institutional framework for relations between Whitehall and Brussels, and even between this Parliament and the European Parliament, while no such formal frameworks exist in our own country between the 4 parliaments and the 4 governments. Those who want to strengthen the Union and to strengthen trust within our own Union of Great Britain and Northern Ireland must address this with urgency, and I hope as Chair of the Liaison Committee to help the Government do precisely that.
I will go virtually to Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Dir Pilafarydd. This deal is a bad deal for Wales. The government dragged out the negotiations until Christmas, and now it's being rammed through Parliament just to avoid proper scrutiny. Who would have thought that taking back control would prove so false so soon? And with the Tories and Labour now committed to working hand in hand to enable the deal, it is a done deal, a stitch-up, it will pass. The dominant Westminster parties have worked together to make all other options impossible. Our vote today is therefore reduced to a symbolic rubber-stamping exercise that makes a mockery of sovereignty. But let's get one thing on record. We are brought here to implement this legislation, not to ratify it, to rubber stamp a virtually unseen document which is the government's creation. In law, the Tory executive hold the power to wave this through, but they need the cover, the pretense of democracy. Let's be clear-eyed here. The Tories have choreographed this delusion by dither and delay at every stage of the negotiations, and the Tories own every spin and twist of this dance macabre, and Labour are their willing partners. There is no question that this is a bad deal for Wales. In fewer than 48 hours, people and businesses will face significant new barriers to trade when our economy is already in crisis due to COVID-19. Welsh farmers who sell their lamb to the EU will now face complex paperwork and new produce checks. The 140,000 jobs in Wales's manufacturing sectors, including automotive and aviation, will be hampered with disruption to the complex cross-border just-in-time supply chains. This deal will also lock out our young people from opportunities granted as a right to other parts of the UK. The Erasmus programme opened doors to education, training and work for many, many young people in Wales, but these doors are now shut in their faces. While many people in Wales did indeed vote for Brexit, nobody voted for the immense damage this Tory deal will cause, or for Wales to lose our voice in shaping our future. As has been the case throughout the negotiations, Wales will likely be excluded from the mechanisms included in this deal that will govern our future relationship with the EU. This is a government that scorns checks and balances, that disrespects devolution and centralises power for where its political interest lies. It is a betrayal of working people who were promised greater prosperity and control over their own lives from this government. What Wales needs now is a new deal, a relationship with Westminster which would enable us to be a good neighbour rather than a tenant tied into a bad contract. This means control over our economy, our justice system, our welfare arrangements and our natural resources, and a political system where decisions are made with true and direct accountability in the best interests of everyone who lives here, a truly independent Wales. Plaid Cymru will stand up for the interests of the people in Wales and vote against this bad deal. Diolch yn fawr.
I remind honourable members that after the next speaker, the time limit will be reduced to 3 minutes, but with 4 minutes, Sir Robert Neal.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
I promised my constituents at the last two elections that I'd do all I could to ensure that we left the European Union with a deal rather than without one. And I shall therefore vote for this bill today, because even though the bill does not go as far as I would have liked in some areas, it nonetheless is a basis upon which we can build a constructive relationship for the future. That is in our interests as a nation, that is in the interests of the European Union, our friends and neighbours too. There's understandably been much talk of sovereignty and control, and I recognise the force of that. But we also have to be frank and honest and say that sovereignty itself never put any food upon any family's table and never paid any family's wages or mortgage or rent. It's how we use that sovereignty and control that matters, and sometimes that is best done with restraint and often in collaboration with others. And I hope in that spirit we will build upon the arrangements in the bill, particularly in relation to key areas of our economy. For example, financial services. I welcome there is some reference to financial services in the bill, but there's much more to do there. And I hope as a matter of urgency, the government will do more work in relation to data adequacy arrangements, ensuring that we swiftly obtain equivalence arrangements for that sector, and also to deal with the growing financial technology sector in which we are world leaders. So work to do, but something upon which we can build. And for that reason, I know the City Corporation and the financial services sector welcome the bill. I also welcome the legal services chapter. But again, there's more that we can do around extending the definition of mutual recognition of professional qualifications beyond lawyers as it currently is, because very often accountants and others work in multidisciplinary teams now. I'm pleased with the work that has been done on relation to justice and security cooperation, though I do hope that we will be able to find a better means to deal with the SIS2 information systems access, because we've had compelling evidence of the importance of this to the Justice Committee. Again, here's something we can build upon. But I hope also there will be a spirit of cooperation where we can deal with other matters which are of critical importance, which are not directly covered by the bill. For example, agreeing early accession to the Lugano Convention on civil justice cooperation and enforcement of judgments. There's no reason now why this should not be pursued with the utmost speed so that we can ratify as soon as possible. And finally, there is a matter of an obligation which we have to the people of Gibraltar. And I refer to my entry in the Register of Interests as chairman of the All-Parliamentary Party Group for Gibraltar. We gave a clear undertaking to the people of Gibraltar, who, although they voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union, are equally determined to remain part of the British family, that we would not leave them behind and would not leave the European Union without securing a deal for them too. I hope that when he responds to the debate, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster will confirm our government and our nation's continuing commitment to use every endeavour in the coming days to get a deal for the people of Gibraltar that protects their interests and respects their British sovereignty. We gave our word. Our future reputation in a global world will depend upon our ability to keep our word, and there is a swift and immediate instance where we can be seen to do so. That's a matter of political and moral obligation. Against that basis, I think there are constructive things that we can do, set aside perhaps divisions of the past and work together as a nation collaboratively with our friends and neighbours and those who we have given our word to support and assist. I will support the bill today.
Now we go virtually to Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite the government doing their best to limit parliamentary scrutiny, we now see how the promises of the 2016 Leave campaign, led by the Prime Minister, compare with reality. Despite all the promises to the fishing industry, the vast increase in quota has not been delivered. Even after 6 years, half of the 87 fish stocks listed in the deal produce no gain or less than a 1% shift of allowable catch from EU to UK fishermen. Only 13 stocks will produce more than a 5% shift. Indeed, the removal of the ability of EU and UK fishermen to swap quota means landings of many key species like cod and haddock will actually be less than now. The Prime Minister's claim of no non-tariff barriers is patently laughable, and the costs of customs bureaucracy and seafood devaluing in lorry queues means many fishermen will be worse off after Brexit. In exchange for this poor deal, we will pay a high price as individuals. Our loss of EU citizenship, the right to study, work, love and live anywhere in 31 other countries, a right we have all enjoyed but are taking away from the next generation. The loss of recognition for professional qualifications, and over 4 million EU and UK citizens, like my husband, having to apply for the right to remain in their own homes. In this year of all years, we have cause to be grateful to those immigrants who've been working in our health and care services, or as key workers, keeping us safe, maintaining food and energy supplies, and keeping our public services working. We value those who choose to make Scotland their home, whether from Europe or further afield, for contributing their knowledge, skills and energy to our public services, our communities, and in my case, our families. The people of Scotland are outward-looking and reject the isolationism and small-minded pettiness that has even led this government to remove the opportunities of Erasmus Plus from young people. So much for the 2014 promises of vote no to stay in the EU, or Scotland is an equal partner in a family of nations. Scots have the democratic right to choose their own path, take their future into their own hands. I believe they will choose for Scotland to become a modern, independent European country in its own right.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After sharing many conversations with friends around this House and across various benches, I have to say I'm sorry that I now disagree with the Honourable Member for Central Ayrshire and many on the benches opposite, because I'm going to vote alongside members of the Dáil and parliaments around Europe to back this treaty. I'm going to recognise that the European Union has made an offer and we've accepted it. We've made one and they've accepted it, and I'm going to respect it. And that's why I'm going to vote with the government today. Now, nobody after the last 4 years can claim that breaking up is easy. So I have to say I'm delighted that I was here to hear the Honourable Member Stone speak, because what he said was with his usual candour. He respects the interdependence and respects that that independence comes at a cost when we assert independence from it. I respect that. He's right. He also made it clear that sovereignty is deeper than deals. It's in the government's robustness and preparedness, its willingness to defend with vigour, he said, our interests. Great Britain, as he has rightly said, has guarded its sovereignty in this agreement. Now, after years of acrimony and anger, I think it's time to end the constitutional Kama Sutra that has left us all bruised, exhausted and distracted from our families, from our friends, from our community. It's time to move on.
My right honourable friend,
I will give way.
My honourable friend, give way. In constituencies like mine in Watford, there was a great division around Brexit and the referendum. Would you agree that when the division bell rings today and the deal goes through, it's a time to heal those divisions and move forward as a country together and as one union?
I agree, absolutely. Look, it's only 47 years that we've been in. That's the lifespan of the Hohenzollern Empire. We're leaving the EU just as Germany left that, and we will find a new way of working together. This deal is but the first step on that journey. It is just the concordat that bridges the channel and looks to future cooperation. Many areas are overlooked. Many people have mentioned them, and I know we'll build into them. But building on the rule of law, on our close partnership with like-minded democracies, our new alliances with European countries and others around the world, and our global ambition that in many ways was the building block to the union of our four nations that still lives in the hearts of our people today, we can see our people prosper in security and in peace for years to come. Indeed, we've achieved it as an island nation for longer than almost any other. The history of that stability is one reason why the Foreign Affairs Committee has heard from voices like the King of Jordan and the former President of Liberia, from Nobel Peace Prize winners and former foreign ministers and from business leaders and diplomats that British leadership has been missed for too long. They recognise that what we offer is worth having. We need now to invest in our foreign services and coordinate our departments to deliver abroad. And we need to do more than roll over trade deals. Wars are not won by defence, but as NATO doctrine puts it, by offensive action. We need to be bold if we're going to chart a different future. And we need to build on the Prime Minister's coming visits to India and the wider alliance that is coming together in the CPTPP. We would be welcomed hugely, and I have been told clearly, by many, particularly by the Pacific democracies. We have a chance to renew international cooperation and commit ourselves to the environmental revolution that is so essential as we chair the G7 and COP26. And this government has the chance to set the agenda that the world needs to protect democracy at a time of autocracy and to defend the rule of law. We can make Glasgow the next milestone after Paris in the path to a greener world. Britain will succeed if we remember our friends in Europe, the Commonwealth and the world, if we renew our alliances and build new partnerships, and if we develop new, greener markets and industries, innovate and invest in ourselves. This is a new beginning, and we alone are responsible for seizing it.
Just a gentle reminder that if there are interventions, it does take time away from others who are actually have actually put in on the list and been drawn. Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today we are faced with a choice between this flawed deal or no deal, and I don't welcome this deal. There's plenty in it that I don't like, but I accept it. I accept that it is better than no deal. It is the least worst option on offer today. It's the least worst option for business, it's the least worst option for supply chains, the economy and for jobs. And speaking to local businesses in Lancaster and Fleetwood, they tell me that they are relieved that this deal will provide some level of certainty, finally, after 4.5 years of uncertainty. And although that everything in it might not be what they want, at least they have something to work with, as those government adverts rolled saying, get ready for Brexit. But let's face it, this deal falls far short of what the government promised. And I want to reserve most of my remarks today to fishing, because Vote Leave, led by the Prime Minister, promised to secure, quote, an even better deal than the one which was tariff-free for fishers, as well as full control over access and quota and frictionless trade, of course. Now, this is important because we export 80% of what we catch, mostly into the EU, and import 70% of what we eat, and the industry has called for free, unimpeded trade on fish and fisheries products to ensure that supply chain continuity. Now, as we leave the common fisheries policy, it's clear the government's demands in negotiations have been severely watered down in this final agreement that we see today. And when it comes to over-promising and under-delivering, this Prime Minister certainly has form, because the reality is that the communities like my own in Fleetwood, who voted to leave the EU on bold promises about the regeneration of fishing, are going to be left very disappointed. And I want to make a few remarks about the £100 million promise that has come from government in recent days. And I say this: it better be more real than the promise of £350 million a week for the NHS that was plastered on the side of a bus. But that £100 million will not be enough to truly transform coastal communities up and down these islands who desperately need that investment, and that is the reason why many of them chose to vote to leave the European Union. So I will vote for this bill today, because I think that the old divisions between leave and remain are over, and the two options before us today are leaving with a flawed deal or leaving with no deal tomorrow. And I do believe that I will cast my vote in the national interest, not because I think this deal is a good deal, and I reserve the right to criticise it, and I certainly will be in this House, but I want to put the national interest first, unlike those who play politics by voting down this bill today.
Mark Francois.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to participate in this historic debate today. Thanks to this agreement, on New Year's Eve, we will finally leave the European Union forever. So perhaps Big Ben will bong for Brexit after all. Nigel Farage memorably said last week, "The war is over." Well, at some times, as you will well remember, Mum, it has felt like a war in this place. So perhaps we should now take on board the advice of the prophet Isaiah, who said, "And they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more." In that case, perhaps I and my Spartan friends should now lower our spears too, but perhaps keep them to hand, just in case one day someone, perhaps the leader of the opposition, should try and take us back in. My colleagues in the European Research Group have fought long and hard for this day, and we have sometimes been lampooned or even vilified by the Remain-dominated electronic media for our trouble, when all we have ever wanted is one thing: to live in a free country that elects its own government and makes its own laws here in Parliament and then lives under them in peace. Well, now, thanks to the Prime Minister, who kept his word to the country and got Brexit done, who did exactly what it said on the tin, as our Star Chamber has verified, we can do that. So what I call the battle for Brexit is now over. We won. But I suspect the battle for the Union is now about to begin. We're about to write a new chapter in what Sir Winston Churchill called our island story. But now, after a truly epic struggle, we will do it as a free people. Despite all the brickbats we have endured for years, and I think particularly of my friend, the member for Stone, it was always worth the fight. And Deputy Speaker, Mel Gibson once made a very entertaining film. But this is Cry Freedom for real. And now, finally, it's true.
We now go to Colm Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I, at the outset, thank the Irish Government and Michel Barnier for standing up for the Good Friday Agreement and the people of Northern Ireland when others refused to do it. The majority of people in Northern Ireland, of course, voted to reject leaving the European Union, and they still reject it today. This Boris Johnson deal does not address the core problem with Brexit for us. We have chosen a different path to the one driven by English nationalism. And while we welcome the fact that a no-deal outcome has been avoided, we have absolutely no intention of giving our consent or endorsement to an outcome that will make people poorer. This is the first example of a trade deal in modern history that actually puts up barriers to trade. The protocol protects us from a hard border in Ireland. Yes, it does. But this deal still will damage our economy, our society, and our public services in a range of areas. Whether it's on services, roaming, or policing and justice, this deal puts us in a far worse place than we are in right now. And I, for one, refuse to apologise for voting against it. Our position has remained consistent throughout. My firm view now, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the United Kingdom is coming to an end. I say this in the full understanding that many in my community will see the breakup of the Union as a tragedy, and I fully respect that position. And just because I believe the Union is ending doesn't mean I say it in a tone of thoughtless triumphalism. It instead places a solemn responsibility on us to manage the relationships across these islands. Our scarred history places a moral duty upon us. We need to conduct the coming conversation with patience, care, and compassion. The prize is to build a shared home place for all of our people. But a new Ireland won't be built upon the rubble of our past. And I want to appeal to some of my fellow nationalists. There is no future in glorifying the ugliness of our past. Stop pretending that murdering unarmed farmers up country lanes was somehow heroic. There is no future worth having to be built upon that narrative. And to my unionist neighbours, I want to say this. Look at where the DUP has led you, and look at where London has left you. It is my firm conviction that we can build a new society together, one built upon mutual respect that recognises and celebrates all of our rich traditions. We in the SDLP will remain true to that proud heritage. We will be patient and generous, but we will also be honest about our view of the unfolding constitutional realities. Madam Deputy Speaker, young people everywhere rejected Brexit. Thankfully, in Northern Ireland, young people will have a choice again. They will be able to choose a European future again. They will be able to choose an open, liberal and modern future. That is a prize worth fighting for. As John Hughes said...
Order. I'm afraid the honourable gentleman has well overrun his time. So I thank him for his speech, and we now move on to David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In normal times, this House would have been packed to the rafters with people listening to the Prime Minister's speech, because this is a new beginning for our country. There's no doubt about that. No doubt that in 2 days our freedom and our sovereignty will be much greater than it was as a result of this treaty. And I'll say in terms, this treaty is better, much better than would have been achieved under the previous strategy. Why do I say that? Well, the Prime Minister and Lord David Frost did a fantastic job on delivering this, and they delivered it by standing up to the European Union, calling their bluff successfully, time and time again, and delivering an outcome which we can make the most of. I will give way, of course.
Great. I was standing in this place when he was at the dispatch box, and he promised the House that we would have the exact same benefits from the Brexit. When he was challenged to put it in law, he said we don't need to put it in law because I've given my word, was what he said. How does he reflect on that period and the entire failure to deliver the exact same benefits he promised?
This is the point, because firstly it was a negotiating aim, as his own leader said at the time, but secondly, that's why I resigned, because the strategy we were pursuing then did not and would not deliver that. And the only honourable thing I could do was to stand down in that place. But this treaty is a new beginning, which of course is not to say it's perfect, and I agree with him on that. Northern Ireland, we have issues to deal with. Fishing, we have issues to deal with, and I'll come back to that. Gibraltar, we have issues to deal with. So it's not over. It's not over. And all will lead to uncomfortable decisions in the near future. But what now? Freedom is only as good as what you do with it. It's only as good as how you exploit it. Yeah. And one day, frankly, is not enough for us to deal with a 1,200-page treaty in that respect. Yeah. Why? Some may say, well, surely it's a day to celebrate, to vote yes and move on. Well, not at all. But why not? Because the European Union will, of course, use the treaty to its own advantage. And look at the past and see how it's done that. Look at Switzerland, for example. Switzerland struck a whole load of trade treaties, primarily in the 90s, but subsequently as well, with the European Union. In that, after that, a few years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, the Swiss people voted to restrict their migration, to cut back on free movement of people. What did the European Union do? It it bullied the Swiss government into giving in by saying we will withdraw all of the free trade arrangements we currently have. Now, that's important. Why? Because we haven't been through the whole 1,200 pages here to make sure we don't have any such issues in there. We do have one. Look at the fishing arrangements in 5 years' time. At that point, they can trigger an end to the trade and transport elements. Now, that's not impossible. We can deal with it, but we will have to devise our strategy to deal with it. And my point to the House today is this. We have to come back to this treaty and look at it in detail through all 1,200 pages to devise our strategy so we don't get into conflicts with the European Union, don't fall into traps, don't get into acrimonious disputes with them. They're our neighbours and our friends, and we have to devise a strategy which will keep them as neighbours and friends and maximise our joint benefits. And if the House does that, we will have a bright future. We will have better than the exact same benefits, to come back to the gentleman's point, because we will have bigger opportunities around the rest of the world, as the Department of International Trade has already demonstrated, as my honourable friend said. And on that basis, I'll vote for this treaty.
I very much hope that honourable members who are down to speak, if they intervene on others, will shorten their own speeches accordingly. And if people do want to take interventions, it's probably a good idea to run a little short, as the right honourable gentleman just did. We now go to Barry Shearman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you so much. Can I, in my brief contribution, say I feel very strongly about Europe. We are leaving the European Union, but we're not leaving Europe. And I was inspired. I'm a war baby. I was born on the worst day of the Blitz of London, in London. And so when, after the war, after that terrible period in European history, the move to start a Europe that would make, in the future, with the watchword, to make war unthinkable. That was very inspirational, and also a Europe that would be wealthy and powerful and be a great influence on the democracies of the world. That spirit we still need again, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am on the Select Committee on the future relationship with Europe, so I've been privileged with hearing a great deal of evidence. And I am sure that although this isn't the best deal you could possibly have, it's a much better deal than I expected. So I will be supporting it in the division lobbies tonight. But I will say that this is the time for the renewal of the European spirit. We are still in Europe. This agreement that we have is a building block. We can build on it. And we must build on it if we are going to make this world a safer place, a more secure place, if we are going to stand up to the threats from global threats from China and from Russia, and from the threats from COVIDs and the threats from global warming and climate change. Europe must work together. And can I just say, with all the evidence, I have to say we also ought to thank Michel Barnier, who was a tough Barnier, but a true European. Also Ursula von der Leyen, who was an inspired leader, and also the support behind people should recognise from Angela Merkel and President Macron, because inspired leadership across Europe gave us in part this deal. Not just the true Brits fighting for a good deal, it is a good piece of statesmanship that has come through, and I applaud it.
Thank you. We now go to Cheryl Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was really pleased that the Prime Minister secured this deal that will mean so much to so many, and I support it. I was, however, disappointed that this got linked to our fishing waters, and to say fishermen are disappointed is an understatement. I share their disappointment. I do understand that the EU originally demanded access to our 6 to 12 mile limit for 40 years, and negotiators have managed to reduce that to 5.5. In order to give the industry certainty, I hope that we will see July 2026 as an end date enshrined in legislation, and the government will compensate for this to happen. I also ask that we take advantage of our newfound freedom from the European Court of Justice to ensure the restoration of the principles enshrined in Margaret Thatcher's Merchant Shipping Act of 1988. We must make sure that all UK quota is available for UK-owned boats. The disastrous factor-tame ruling must be reversed. I would ask that licences issued to foreign-owned vessels fishing in our 6 to 12 mile limit are stringently enforced. The right of arrest given to the Royal Navy Police must be extended beyond the 6-month period, with any breach of our own rules resulting in impounding the vessel and gear. Canada showed the way with the arrest of the Astai in 1995. A minimum landing requirement in UK ports should be introduced, with the limit set after consultation with industry representatives. in order to ensure no obstruction for UK vessels who land in other ports in other countries. We must also take advantage of this 5.5-year window to rebuild our fishing infrastructure, including new vessels using the generous £100 million from the Treasury. And I hope the Chancellor can look at a little bit more, but I do understand the economic times we are in. Any grant aid must be distributed throughout the whole of the United Kingdom and benefit fishing vessel owners, as well as port infrastructure and processors. We must prepare ourselves for 2026. As an independent coastal state, the Minister can take decisions to free the UK from a fisheries management regime which has been hampered by the constraints of the CFP. We can honour our obligations under UNCLOS, but also be flexible to ensure all UK fishermen can benefit from this partial freedom and take the steps we need to ready ourselves when we, and we must, really take back complete control of our waters in 2026. I will be supporting this deal this evening.
We now go to Diane Abbott.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the most important and consequential piece of legislation on British-EU relations that I've taken part in over 30 years in this House. So let me say from the beginning that I will not be voting for this Tory Brexit deal today. But I should also say that will not be because I don't respect the result of the 2016 referendum. I think I have rather good Eurosceptic credentials. I voted against the Maastricht Treaty in 1992 and have voted against most other pieces of further EU unification that have come in front of this House. But I voted against the Maastricht Treaty, not because I was opposed to freedom of movement, or because I had a fear and concern about EU migrants, or because I had the notion that migrants drove down wages. I voted against the Maastricht Treaty and other aspects of further EU integration because of a concern for fundamental issues of democracy and accountability. So let me say that by driving this historic deal through Parliament in one day with no time for proper scrutiny, this government is trashing democracy. So this is a deal which falls short in many policy areas, but I wanted to talk about security. The government claimed that it was going to get, and I quote, a security partnership of unprecedented breadth and depth. On the contrary, our access to Europol has been compromised, our access to Eurotrust has been compromised, we won't have access to the European arrest warrant, and we will no longer have access to EU databases which allow for real-time data sharing, such as the Schengen Information System, which are very valuable to our police and the National Crime Agency. This database was consulted over 600 million times by UK police forces in 2019. So in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me say this. I have the greatest respect for the result of the 2016 referendum, but this shoddy deal falls short. It fails the British people, it fails my constituents, and I have to meet my responsibilities as a member of the British Parliament and vote against it today.
We now go to Damien Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are huge complexities in this deal, but there is a very simple choice before us today, this deal or no deal. As someone who campaigned hard for Remain in 2016, I've held two views very strongly since then, that it would be wrong to try to overturn the result, as many of my friends believed, but also that leaving with no deal could be a terrible option for this country. So today I will vote enthusiastically for this deal, And I congratulate the negotiating teams on both sides for showing at the final stretch that kind of practical pragmatism, which ironically has always been held up as a positive British contribution to EU proceedings. And I should also say that I'm very grateful that the British negotiators spent some time and trouble to share and discuss matters with the Conservative One Nation caucus in recent weeks. There's no time today to go into the details, although indeed today is a triumph for the government, a triumph for the Prime Minister, but not a triumph for Parliament, as this degree of scrutiny is clearly pretty laughable. But it is worth registering two specific points, both of things that need to be built on. The first are the security arrangements. It's hugely regrettable that the UK has had to leave the SIS2 regime for exchanging information about criminals, and I hope that we can negotiate some equivalent in the future. And the second is obviously the need to improve matters for the financial services industry. The arguments have been well rehearsed already, but I very much hope that the necessary rules can be agreed in the coming months to allow this industry to flourish, not just in the City of London, but around the UK. But it's that strong likelihood of further talks in the committee structure that the deal sets up. I think that's one of the reasons why the deal is worth supporting enthusiastically. With no deal, there would have been no chance of such sectoral deals. There would have been bad blood, instead of what I hope will become the habit of close cooperation. I hope that fervently, because in recent days, my constituents have seen the effects of blockages and delays at the ports. And if this goes on for too long, they and I will be very unhappy. So what's needed now is a spirit of generosity, both in our internal debates, because too much of the Brexit debate has been full of bile and hatred and personal attacks, but even more importantly, in our attitude to countries who are our neighbours, our allies in democracy, and our friends. We can make today the start of a new relationship of good neighbours rather than surly housemates. So let's take that opportunity, support the deal, and move on.
Now go to Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad that the government and the EU have agreed a deal. As the transition ends tomorrow night, our country should start the process of building new relationships and a future outside the EU based on an agreement and a plan, not on the acrimony or chaos that no deal would have heralded. This is not the deal that the Prime Minister promised everyone, on services which are left out, on red tape which will go up, and on security cooperation which will go down. And he should level with people about those problems, not make impossible promises. There are further urgent things we need government to do now to support jobs and security, but we need an agreement as a starting point. We left the EU in January, the transition ends tomorrow, and everyone needs to get on with things, and no one deserves the chaos of no deal. Britain's counter-terror chief told us that would make us less safe, and employers in my constituency, like Terrius, Burberry, Haribo, Teva, would be badly hit under no deal by tariffs and delays. So it is in the national interest and in our local interest for this Brexit agreement to pass through Parliament now, and I shall vote for it today. But we need urgent action to improve the deal for this country, because I'm glad that it includes continued security cooperation on criminal records, DNA, Europol and extradition, although arrangements will be more bureaucratic. But there is a huge gap for us. Tomorrow night, the police and border force will have to remove access to the details of 38,000 wanted suspects and criminals from the EU on the SIS2 criminal database they check hundreds of millions of times a year. And the replacement Interpol information system database is much slower and weaker. That makes our security response weaker too. There isn't a proper trade deal on services. And there will be massive increase in red tape for businesses, 11 million customs forms that have to be filled in, and those costs will hit jobs and investment. So we need to look forward to the things the government need to do now, once this Brexit agreement is in place, to support security and jobs. Resources for the police to operate the new arrangements. Look again at SIS2 and work to improve Interpol. a new trade plan for services to reduce customs red tape, a proper industrial policy to support communities, and higher, not lower, environmental and labour standards. And we need urgent action to heal the divides, because the ultimate test of the Prime Minister's deal and future plan is what he uses it for, whether to strengthen the United Kingdom or to divide and destroy it. Whether he pushes Scotland away, deepens the divide between North and South. So far in the North this year, we've not seen any of the levelling up the government promised. We've seen power and control centralised. Our communities still want a fair deal. That is what we should unite around now.
Brian.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, it's a matter of public record. I've had my points of difference with this government and this Prime Minister since the Brexit referendum, but unlike many, I never questioned that we had a clear result from a free and fair referendum, and I always hated the rather, I thought, unkind view that people who voted leave were somehow hoodwinked or too daft to know what it was that they were doing. There were just two red lines that I and I think my constituents insisted upon. One was a transition period, the key ask of business, if we remember, and the other was that we leave with a deal in place between the UK and its closest neighbours, our largest trading partner. This doesn't seem like radical thought to me. As I said to the Prime Minister on Christmas Eve, I pay huge tribute to him for his statecraft and for sticking to the word that he gave me, both publicly and privately, that he wanted a deal with the EU and that he would do everything in his power to secure one. So I will support the deal today, not just because it avoids the no deal many feared, and so many of our opponents spent an election campaign just 12 months ago warning would herald some form of national apocalypse. How ironic that they will vote today for the hardest Brexit of all. And I listened with interest to the leader of the Liberal Democrats confirm that. But because it's a good deal for Britain, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it does what we promised at the election last year. The Prime Minister said he would get Brexit done, and a European Union withdrawal agreement of last year was passed within days of securing a majority in this place to allow that. That was the oven-ready deal, and we shouldn't allow others to rewrite history. The Future Relationships Bill before us today didn't go anywhere near the oven until the 11th hour, but it's come out very nicely and I welcome it. Ultimately, though, it is just a framework. Wide enough to do all of the things the Prime Minister set out this morning, giving business, citizens and law enforcement, notwithstanding the SIS2 concerns, which I do share too, what they need, but it's nimble enough to let this country forge its own way in the world. And for me, the success or otherwise of this new chapter, as many have said, is not in the 1,200 pages and the various appendices before us today. That's all still to be written. Now, just given time, let me just touch on one area, on services and financial services in particular. I understand there's a lot of noise on what's not included, but that's to rather miss the point. The title under Services and Investment, if I could just summarise, seems to have extracted agreement not to put unreasonable or unnecessary impediments in the way of UK financial service businesses seeking to operate in the EU. And that's welcome. So can I just ask the Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster, through those on the front bench now, what this means in practice, given the agreement doesn't protect UK passporting rights, as many have said today. So what work needs to take place now so financial service firms can be clear? Yes, briefly.
Thank you. Just very quickly on passporting, I'm sure he would agree with me that the ball is in the EU's court to get this done, not least because if the deals that we are working on with our friends in the US and Australia and New Zealand work out as we intend them to do, we will be in a much stronger position than we are now.
Well, yeah, I would agree with my honourable friend who's great experience working in this sector, and this deal is, in many ways, a basis on which you can build. There's always a way to structure services, as he well knows, and of course many businesses have long ago put measures in place via EU brokers, for instance. But I do want the front bench to respond to that when they respond to this debate today. So in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, although we have left the political structure of the EU, this country will remain culturally, emotionally, historically and strategically attached to Europe, not least through the 4 million EU nationals who are our friends and neighbours, and many are my constituents. We now have a new future to look forward to. It won't be the same, and we shouldn't pretend that it will, and we should never have pretended it will. And that's okay. It's time to come together. It's time to move on.
Peter Kyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was walking down New Church Road in my constituency yesterday and was stopped by a man who was out for a walk with his young daughter. He explained to me that he was a real Remainer, that he had voted and campaigned for Remain. He had supported Remain all the way through. He supported the idea that I co-championed with Phil Wilson for a confirmatory referendum. He had really felt in his heart that he wanted our country to remain. And yet he told me that when the Prime Minister came back with a deal on Christmas Eve, he rushed to the fridge with his wife and opened a bottle of champagne that he was saving for the next day. He had done so because he knew what the impact of no deal would have on his business. It was hard to hear somebody say that they were celebrating this deal, but I understand why, and it really impacts the way that I am voting today. He is lucky because the business that he has, which exports products into EU countries and other European countries, is in the 20% of the economy that's covered by this deal. He's now preparing himself with the additional paperwork and bureaucracy and having to take on extra staff to do it, but he is covered by some of this deal. But there is 80% of the economy that isn't. If you are in the financial services sector and you're working in Chester or in Manchester or in Edinburgh, you are left behind. If you have a professional qualification and seek to use it in other countries, you are left behind. If you are in the creative and performing arts sector, you are left behind. And if you are a young person who is in education and looking to explore the full potential of your potential across the Europe and beyond, you are left behind. But I am in no doubt that supporting any deal is better than the chaos of no deal. And I am also in no doubt that if we inflicted defeat on the government today, this is not a government that will extend and renegotiate. It is a government that will drive us out with no deal tomorrow. That is a price that we cannot afford. And I have not gone into politics and become a member of Parliament to be a politician that votes one way and secretly hopes the outcome will be another. I am not a member of a party that wants to let other parties do the heavy lifting. That is why I will be stepping up and taking responsibility for what is in the best interests of our country tonight, supporting this deal and fighting for the deal to be a starting point, not an end point going forward. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We now go to Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a deal many felt could not be done, but it's a deal that the Prime Minister and the negotiators on both sides have secured that ensures there's zero tariffs and zero quotas. It's a deal that's been welcomed by the Federation of Small Businesses, the National Farmers Union of Scotland, the Scottish Salmon Producers Association, the CBI, and many, many more. But while some thought it couldn't be done, it now seems clear that some hoped it couldn't be done. Because despite spending months suggesting the dire consequences of a no-deal Brexit, Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP will vote for exactly that today. Nicola Sturgeon is the same politician who just a couple of weeks ago said, and I quote, "A deal, any deal, is better than no deal." The SNP's Westminster leader said, and again I quote in the House of Commons, "No deal will result in unprecedented harm." He even lodged an amendment last year pledging not to leave the European Union without a withdrawal agreement and future framework under any circumstances. Yet, the SNP, by their votes tonight, are voting for the United Kingdom to leave the European Union in just over 24 hours' time with no deal at all. That's dangerous and reckless and clear for everyone to see. On fishing, I agree with the Prime Minister. I would have far preferred a shorter adaptation period. But over the next 5.5 years, we'll see a 25% transfer of quota from the European Union to UK fishermen, 15% in the first year. We'll see £100 million invested in the sector by the UK government, and we will see great opportunities for fishermen and communities up and down the country in the years ahead. Now, a comment was made earlier about something I may be drinking as a result of comments I've made previously. What I was speaking about then was about staying in the common fisheries policy, the CFP that the United Kingdom will be coming out of from the 1st of January. So the only thing I'll be drinking on Hogmanay this year is raising a glass of fine Scotch whisky from one of my many Murray distilleries that has its geographical indicator secured by this deal and recognised by the European Union going forward, toasting the fact that we are coming out of the CFP. And the only betrayal we can see of our fishermen in the future is from the Scottish National Party, who would take us straight back in to the CFP. Now, as we leave 2020 with a deal and renewed hope in our fight against COVID-19 as a result of this morning's great news about the second vaccine being made available for use in the United Kingdom, Here in Scotland, we have to get the focus back on supporting jobs, individuals, families and communities, because over the last 13 years, they've been so badly let down by the SNP Scottish Government. That's where our focus has to be in the days, weeks and months ahead. Thank you.
Now go to Clive Lewis. I think the honourable gentleman is not unmuted.
Can you now hear me, Madam Deputy Speaker?
Can, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Members of this House have been recalled to vote on legislation we were given no sight of until yesterday to implement a trade deal we've barely seen and had no input into whatsoever. So let's be clear about what's being asked of this House today. And that's for a blank cheque to be issued to this government to implement a deal that is devoid of democratic oversight. Let's also put to bed that this vote today is about deal versus no deal. This is false framing used to hold this House to ransom. Members are today tasked with democratic oversight of how a done deal, which we can't amend, will be implemented. Does the restoration of sovereignty not extend to democratic oversight by the elected members of this House? Or is sovereignty only to be restored to the executive? It's a great irony that members of this House are allowed less democratic oversight of the deal's implementation than of our friends in the European Parliament. They have until the end of February to scrutinise and ratify the deal. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, change is what the public was promised. More control over lawmaking, more power for people in this country, less done by bureaucrats behind closed doors. How are those promises fulfilled? Through less scrutiny, less accountability, less democracy. Where in this bill is the clause restoring sovereignty to where it should rightfully be, with the people of this country? Change was demanded, more control was promised, and yet what we are presented with today is ironically more of the same. Unaccountability, power concentrated in the hands of a few, an over-centralised government evading scrutiny to act in favour of vested interests and impose decisions from the top down. With mere hours to debate this legislation, members of this House are being asked to act as a rubber stamp and forgo our obligation and responsibility to democratic oversight. Take, for example, that many of the regulatory bodies and mechanisms used to settle disputes between the EU and the UK will be set up without any further scrutiny or oversight from Parliament. Brexit has shone a light on the deep democratic deficits in our arcane political system. To make good on this change demanded, a new and codified constitution should give over sovereignty from this place to where it should rightfully lie, with the people of this country. So we now urgently need to forge a modern democratic settlement to protect the hard-won rights and freedoms which are now at risk from being run over roughshod by this executive. An executive we know is champing at the bit to capitulate to the deregulatory demands of turbocharged capitalism. So I cannot, in good conscience, support a process that runs roughshod over checks and balances. I will not vote for more centralisation of power or comply with the erosion of an already weak democracy. I will play no part in giving this government a blank cheque to bulldoze through democratic oversight, and I will not be voting in support of this legislation.
Conor Burns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the day that has been so long in the coming. From the inspiration of Margaret Thatcher's speech at Bruges, when I was elected National Chairman of the Conservative Students and vetoed by the Lord Speaker, who was then Chair of the Conservative Party, because I was leading the student opposition to the Maastricht Treaty, to as a young research assistant, as an undergraduate at Southampton University, crafting amendments to the Maastricht Treaty for my honourable friend, the member for Stone. And why were we doing that? Why were we opposing that treaty? Because we could see the destination, a flag, an anthem, a currency, a parliament, citizenship. And we passionately believed you didn't need to be citizens of a trading organisation. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that is why Leave won the referendum. Because the European Union, on the journey that it is now on, is not right for the character of Britain. And we would not have won that referendum were it not for the leadership of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. And, by the way, the intellectual heft of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy. When the Prime Minister resigned as Foreign Secretary, he spoke from somewhere around here in his resignation statement. And he said, "Mr. Speaker, it is not too late to save Brexit. He said, "We must take one decision before all others, and that is to believe in this country and what it can do." I remember those words being met with deep scepticism, and that was the generous ones, to outward hostility. Some of us believed then that we needed to make him Prime Minister. The chances seemed at that time vanishingly small. He himself said he had about as much chance of becoming Prime Minister as being reincarnated as an olive, or decapitated by a frisbee, or blinded by a champagne cork. Madam Deputy Speaker, there were moments where we thought the hat-trick of all three was more likely than him becoming Prime Minister, and he believed that himself. Today is, above all, a personal triumph for the Prime Minister. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right friend for giving way. The people of Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Tork absolutely believe in this Prime Minister, hence why I'm fortunate to be in this place on these Conservative benches. And would he therefore agree with me that this not only just delivers on the Vote Leave pledges, but also delivers on the pledges made in the 2019 Conservative Manifesto?
Absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I would say to him, knowing the Prime Minister as I do, he will not let his constituents down, and he will be rightly rewarded at the next general election for how the Prime Minister will deliver for him and his constituents.
Yeah.
But today, we are talking, I think I'd be testing the patience of the Chair. Perhaps my honourable friend from Chipping Barnet would welcome an intervention in another minute when she makes her speech. We're today talking about the future relationship. Madam Deputy Speaker, today marks the day where the British dog finally leaves the Federalist manger. Our European friends can now pursue their ambitions unencumbered by reluctant Brits. We are no longer a reluctant and truculent member, but a sovereign equal and a close friend. Madam Deputy Speaker, we would be deluding ourselves if we believed that leaving the European Union is in and of itself a panacea, a solution to the challenges the United Kingdom faces. The new freedom that we take up as an independent sovereign country will be daunting. It will test our institutions who are not used to having to make these decisions for themselves. It will take time to adjust. When I was a trade minister looking at international trade agreements, I sensed the profound interest there was around the world in doing business with the United Kingdom. Our businesses will have to step up and seize those opportunities that those new free trade agreements will create. We could be on the dawn of a new golden era for this country, and I relish the reality that today we are at last again masters of our own destiny.
I will emphasise again that I don't want to stop people taking interventions, but if they do so, I believe that it would be very helpful to other colleagues if they then shortened their speeches accordingly, because it is stopping others coming in. That's the point. We now go to Stephen Farry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. When legislation has been rammed through Parliament inside a day, it has usually been to address some type of emergency, such as the prevention of terrorism. But this is different. This government didn't have to run the clock down in negotiations to place Parliament in this very difficult position. We must not fall into the trap of an artificial choice between this bad deal and a no-deal situation. This agreement was negotiated by this Conservative government. No other party was asked for its input. The Conservative government has a majority of 80. It owns this deal, this outcome, and all of the consequences that flow from it. No one needs to be running to the rescue of the government. I am not prepared to be a rubber stamp. I am not prepared to legitimise or even acquiesce in a monumental act of self-harm. We must have the ability to stand up and represent our constituents and make clear this isn't good enough. The government seems to be obsessed with some abstract and antiquated concept of sovereignty. But we live in an interdependent world. We can't maximise prosperity, achieve social inclusion, protect the environment, address climate change, defeat pandemics, fight terrorism and organised crime, and project influence around the world in splendid isolation and without putting sovereignty. The notion of a global Britain is a contradiction in terms. The UK is retreating on the international stage and erecting more, not less, barriers to trade. Opportunities and benefits that our citizens have taken for granted for generations are being stripped away. For Northern Ireland, Brexit itself poses very significant challenges for a society and economy that only works based upon sharing and interdependence. Brexit means new borders and new friction, and that creates needless tension. I welcome that the EU has recognised this dilemma for us right from the outset. We are not fans of the protocol, but it is the product of the UK's decisions around Brexit and the consequent need to protect the Good Friday Agreement. It does give us a degree of protection and at least preserve some access to the European Union, but it still brings its challenges. I am grateful for the work that has been done around the flexibilities and mitigations that have been agreed in recent weeks. Yet it remains unclear how effective it will be in managing the situation. While Northern Ireland may have free access to both Great Britain and the EU, that only applies for goods, not in terms of services, not free movement. Brexit and the approach taken by this government has recklessly shaken the foundations of the Good Friday Agreement. We do not know if and how things will settle in the future. Thank you.
Theresa Villiers.
We stand on the verge of once more becoming an independent country with control over our laws, our money, our trade and our borders. There have been some difficult compromises, especially the delay in securing a much greater share of our rich marine resources, and there's more to be done on services. But this deal stands up to scrutiny. It does not bind us into the EU's laws or its court. It's a trade agreement between sovereign equals. It gets Brexit done. The Prime Minister has delivered what many in this House said would be impossible in just 11 months and despite the COVID emergency. And regaining our freedom at 11 p.m. tomorrow will mark a historic turning point. Some disruption is inevitable with change on this scale, but we can get through that and we can seize the opportunities provided by our newfound independence. This should be a moment of national renewal, where we choose better, more adaptable, modern regulation to compete more effectively around the world and create jobs and raise living standards for everyone. And we must ensure that the Northern Ireland Protocol doesn't divide our precious union. The FTA helps us do that because it requires the EU to act proportionately on formalities for goods entering its single market. But we must also develop those alternative arrangements to replace the protocol altogether. The UK's relationship with the European Union has divided our politics since the 1950s. I was one of the 28 Eurosceptic Conservatives to vote 3 times against the former Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement, every time it came before this House. We were under immense pressure to accept that deal, but the backstop it contained would have left us as a client state trapped in the regulatory orbit of the European Union forever. With that hanging over us, there is no way an FTA on equal terms would have been possible. We in this country, belonging to the EU means vesting supreme lawmaking power in people we do not elect and cannot remove. Well, we in this country pioneered the democratic system of government and we exported it around the world. Now we're bringing democracy home. Thank you.
We now go to Sharon Hodgson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to House staff who've made today's proceedings possible. It did come at the 11th hour, however, as the Prime Minister was desperate for a Christmas miracle, but this deal is better than no deal and gives us something to build upon. Nissan in my constituency is the largest Nissan plant in Europe, proving the North East's worth to the world's automotive industry, and it must continue to be so in the post-Brexit world. I welcome the work of both negotiating teams in avoiding immediate tariffs on vehicle exports in the new year. However, the deal does state that all vehicles exported into the EU must be at least 55% UK or EU content by 2027. As manufacturers like Nissan work hard to adapt to meet those requirements, what support will be offered to the sector to meet that threshold? To comply with the rules of origin, electric vehicle batteries and their components must have UK or EU origin by 2024. I welcome the announcement by British Volt of a battery gigafactory in Blyth in Northumberland, which will be manufacturing by 2024. However, the battery manufacturer AESC Envision in my constituency serving Nissan recently cut 108 jobs due to coronavirus pressures. So what will the government do to support the existing battery manufacturers in the UK and encourage further investment by battery manufacturers into the UK? Brexit has always been about damage limitations for the automotive industry. However, if the government acts accordingly, then the next 3 years offers an incredible opportunity to level up, especially in the North East. The government must commit now to ensuring that areas with large car manufacturing plants like the North East are the beneficiaries of the development of a domestic supply chain of components, such as electrodes, which are at the moment predominantly imported from Asia. By 2024, they must be sourced within the rules of origin. There is no Christmas Eve miracle that can magic up an electrode factory overnight. The localisation of the supply chain is essential to the model of just-in-time supply that is so important to Nissan's success and will minimise any delays. So will the government commit to developing a localised supply chain in its upcoming refreshed industrial strategy to ensure that our automotive giants like Nissan can continue to trade tariff-free? We've got the deal, which I will be voting for, but we're not at the end of the road for the UK automotive industry just yet. So I look forward to the Minister's response.
Now go to Mel Stride.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's been quite a journey from the gridlock of the last Parliament to today, considering this legislation on a new deal with the European Union. I welcome it and join others in congratulating the Prime Minister on what I think is quite an extraordinary achievement. This deal overall ticks all the boxes of the zero tariffs on goods and zero quotas. It retains or brings back our sovereignty, our control of our money and of our borders. But of course, as is always the case, it is in the detail that we will find the imperfections and the questions to be asked, and the Treasury Select Committee will be very active over the coming weeks and months in carrying out that scrutiny. We will be looking at the questions around the level playing field and the issue of regulatory divergence. It remains to be seen how the mechanisms in this agreement will ultimately set the balance between fair competition and the pursuit of legitimate competitive advantage, or allow for appropriate government support for the sectors that we wish to develop further. There are questions around rules of origin. It's been pointed out that, of course, the zero tariffs only apply provided the rules of origin are met. And whilst it's very welcome the fact that we have cumulative bilateral accumulation between the EU and the UK, are these rules of origin too restrictive? And are the transitions around them, particularly, for example, for electric vehicles, adequate for the adjustments that will be required? There are questions around sanitary and phytosanitary regulations, around our access to services, which on the face of it looks pretty good in this agreement, but there are many annexes with exceptions that have been set out. And of course, the critical issue of access for our financial services, such an important part of our economy. And we will await the memorandum of understanding with great interest and expectation. And it will not just be the nature of how equivalence is set, it'll also be whether the European Union has the ability to withdraw those arrangements and that equivalence at short notice, which could be so damaging to that sector. And we will have the Governor of the Bank of England appearing before us before this recess is out to discuss just those issues. And finally, there will be the issues around, of course, trade frictions and how prepared or otherwise we are over the coming weeks and months to deal with those. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, today we move on. And if we play it right, this will lead to better relationships, not worse relationships with our European neighbours. And with that in mind, let's not lose hold of at least the vision of the EU's founding fathers, that a continent that had been the crucible of two world conflagrations should live together in peace, cooperation and friendship. Let's never forget that. It's still a vision for all of us to live by.
We now go to Angus Brendan McNeill.
First command, happily, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just at the outset, I noticed the Prime Minister had some trouble earlier on between national and nationalist, and it's doubtly due to the better performance of the NHS in Scotland, which he probably calls the Nationalist Health Service. But anyway, to the matter at hand today and the hard Brexit deal that's about to be foisted on the UK economy, damaging it by 4.9%. It's noticeable that the New York Times said that this trade deal is heavy on goods, where the EU is a surplus, and light on services, where the UK is a surplus. It is, as ever, they said, the big guy winning, and the EU is winning this one. But this, in the UK context, is the Tories' deal. It is their hard Brexit. They've ended up with a trade bloc for the UK that is smaller than the UK. Ireland's out, Northern Ireland's out, and Scotland is leaving too. The fact is the UK had the Rolls-Royce of deals, but the Brexiteers have bypassed this, gone down past the second-hand car shop. They haven't even wanted a motorbike. They are in the back now of the bicycle shop telling us that the unicycle is the best possible thing to do, and they're extolling the virtues of the unicycle. But people know better and can see through this Tory deal. They should be absolutely frank about what they mean by tariff-free access. Under this deal, tariff-free access means lots of more paper access. And that is what the bureaucrat is king. The achievement of Brexiteers is to turn the unelected European bureaucrat into the king, because UK businesses and exporters must now satisfy the new kings of the UK, the EU bureaucrats. And my shellfish producers and many others on the west coast of Scotland are unfortunately going to know about this. The trade deal damages the economy, as I said, by 4.9%. And they talk of shiny new trade deals. Well, take that £4.90 in context, as 4.9% as a £4.90 for context. The USA trade deal is only worth 20 pence if it ever happens. An Australia trade deal is only worth 2 pence if it ever happens. And a New Zealand trade deal is only worth a penny if it ever happens. This all costs, and it is the Brexiteers that have foisted this upon the UK economy. The British Poultry Council tell us the price of chicken, UK-produced chicken, in the UK is going to rise by 5% as a result. Gibraltar and the Falklands have been cast aside. We've got a deal, they've told the Falklands, but you don't, too bad. It's effectively what I've been told by those islands. They talk about sovereignty. Well, they should know and should see that last week France showed them that they had sovereignty, full sovereignty, independent sovereignty. And Brexiteers, dear Brexiteers, they're in the EU as Scotland will be soon. And this takes me to the context of the future. 54% in Scotland in 2014 voted for a UK in the EU, but 62% of Scotland voted for the EU. Now, with 17 to 18 polls showing Scotland going for independence, it's pretty clear that Scotland is a nation that is not a Brexit nation. It's a nation heading for independence, and the 6th of May this year should hopefully determine that for us. It's time for Scotland to become a proper nation, not under the self-centred UK.
Now go to Nikki Aiken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 23rd of June 2016, 72% of the electorate in the cities of London and Westminster voted to remain in the European Union. I was one of them. Like so many, I felt unsure and worried by the referendum result. But the majority of the UK electorate had spoken with a clear message. They felt left behind, ignored and alienated by those in this House, but more so by the unelected EU bureaucrats who had so much influence over their daily lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am a Democrat, and although I did not welcome the Brexit referendum result, I accepted it. Last year's general election was viewed as a second referendum on our EU membership, and voters in places including Ashfield, Sedgefield, Burnley, West Bromwich gave their verdict a second time. They have changed the look and feel of the Conservative Party for the better, and I am proud to call Blue Wall Conservatives my colleagues. I'm also proud of what this government has achieved, securing the largest ever trade deal with our closest partners within 12 months. And to achieve this while dealing with a global pandemic is frankly incredible. I pay tribute to all those involved on both sides, and I pay personal tribute to the Prime Minister, who never gave up and showed such personal determination to the very end. Although financial services are not covered in this deal, I'm pleased to report that the City of London Corporation welcomes the trade deal and the joint declaration on financial services regulatory cooperation. Let's hope future progress and further progress with equivalence can be secured between the EU and the UK and other areas such as data sharing and mutual recognition of qualifications. Perhaps with the UK outside the EU, it is natural to feel a competitor. However, being competitors does not need to mean we are opponents. Successful UK financial markets will benefit the EU and vice versa. Both the EU and UK can thrive and continue to work together on areas of mutual concern, including the green agenda, the digitalisation of the economy, and the response to COVID-19. I appreciate that some of my constituents will never come to terms with the fact that the UK has finally left the EU. But most do wish to unite this country and live and trade on friendly terms with our partners across Europe. I say to everyone, it is now time to put the last torrid years behind us and work together to rebuild our economy following the pandemic. Today, as we ratify this extraordinary trade deal, we close a painful chapter in our nation's history. It is both an ending, but also a beginning, a new dawn for this great country of ours. We are no longer Remainers or Brexiteers. We are one nation, and I support this bill. Thank you.
We now go to Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This hardest of Brexit deals for which there is no mandate is one that cuts British jobs, sidelines our services sector, undermines hard-won protections for the environment, workers' rights and consumers, and turns Kent into a diesel-stained monument to hubris and political myopia. It's a deal that condemns us to live in a poorer, more unequal, more isolated Britain. And it leaves us less equipped to rise to the greatest challenge that we face, the nature and climate emergencies. This deal does not have the explicit informed consent of the British people, and I shall vote against it later today. Now, some will say that those of us who voted down some less damaging forms of Brexit must take some responsibility. I can see that argument. But given such a narrow referendum result, on the back of the most cynical, toxic and mendacious political campaign ever fought in this country, and on an issue of such profound national importance, I believe it was right to campaign for a confirmatory referendum on the terms of any departure. And I want to tackle head-on the ludicrous accusation that to vote against this deal is to support no deal. This is clearly not the case. Whatever the opposition parties do, sadly, the government has a majority of 80 and this deal will pass. And that's why I do regret the official opposition's decision to vote for a deal which they themselves admit will make this country poorer and hit the most vulnerable hardest of all. Now, more than ever, people deserve principled leadership based on conviction, not party political calculation. And whilst I understand why some would prefer to abstain, abstention is still acquiescence. It's standing aside and allowing something to be passed into law which is harmful for this country. And there are some things so serious and so damaging to which we should not acquiesce. I'm not prepared to acquiesce to the infliction of even greater economic hardship on my constituents. At this time of climate and nature emergency, I'm not prepared to acquiesce to lower environmental standards and less rigorous enforcement of them. I won't be complicit in the creation of a smaller United Kingdom with diminished global influence. And I won't turn my back on a project that is imperfect. Yes, of course it is. What project of such ambition would not be? But a project based on one of history's greatest and most noble experiments, bringing nations together to build peace out of the ruins of war. Now, more than ever, in a world racked by insecurity and division, we should be cementing relationships with countries that share our values, not deliberately, knowingly cutting our ties with them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will not abandon what I believe, and I believe that leaving the EU is a profound mistake. Ironically, and too late, a majority of people in this country now agree. Voting against this deal is how we keep alive the belief in something better, and that is what I will do today.
We now go to Ian Littlegranger.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Right Honourable Lady from Brighton Pavilion will be delighted to hear I'm going to start with nuclear. I am delighted that part of this deal includes nuclear, not because it isn't right, but because it is vital for our future. If anybody wants to see a living example of EU cooperation, go down the road from where I am at the moment, you will find Hinkley Point Nuclear Power Station. It is an absolute burning example of what we have done with the cooperation of the French and others in making this an enormous success. But I would say to the government now, we should upskill. We are going to do sizable, and rightly so. I'm hoping that we'll get small, medium reactors throughout the United Kingdom, and rightly so. But to do that, we need to up our skills that were transferable around the world. And we now have the freedom to do that. EDF Energy has put an enormous amount of money into training facilities, not just down here in Somerset, but across the United Kingdom, partly due to decommissioning, partly to do with new build, partly to do with running the existing fleet of Magnox stations. And we must embrace this because it is a future success. It is a success. So let's build on what we've got. And going from one to the other, I would like to also make a point about upland farming. The Right Honourable Member for Surrey Heath has been to Exmoor. He knows how tough it can be up on those hills and how tough it can be for any upland farmer. And I would urge the government, please, we now have freedom to do what we want. The agricultural bill's gone through, but we've got to build on that. The use of elms is fine. But please don't use this as an excuse with our freedom within this bill to say that we will rewild at a drop of a hat, or we will use this to make the farming more difficult across the United Kingdom. I also covered the lowest part of Somerset, which is the levels. The levels are beautiful. They are unbelievably well managed. We've been through hell in 14, and we've been through hell time and time again. Don't throw away what we've got, a wonderful thing. And I would like the Right Honourable Member Heath to confirm that the government will not use this as an excuse to lower anything that gives farming the edge. And I have an absolute faith in this government that you will fight for us on this. And my last point is this. The City of London is hugely important. So many colleagues have already said so. But the devil's in the detail. And I think we've got to see what the government is going to do next. And I would like the Right Honourable Member to make a point when he winds this up, to not only allow us some time to discuss this, but time to put into his speech what we are going to do next to safeguard the City of London. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mr. John Speller.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'll be voting for the bill, as the choice to me is stark and is clear. The important question for me is, what do we do after Friday? Because that's when the real work will begin. Firstly, is the gaps that have already been identified, the situation with services, especially legal and financial, the position of travel for our huge cultural and arts sector, particularly our world-leading music industry, the rules of origin for manufacturing, not least the motor industry, whose revival has driven the Midlands engine. But what I want to focus on is not our relations with our neighbours, but how the British state will actually respond. The EU, imperfect as it is, has had to carry a considerable amount of weight for our own errors. The fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves. This is both in doctrine, the stubborn refusal of the civil service and governments to behave as others do to benefit our industry and our people, and also in chronic inefficiency and incompetence in implementation. The Prime Minister talked about free ports. Maybe he should actually focus on getting his Transport Secretary to sort out the gridlock at our existing ports. There's been a lot of talk today about fish, but as an MP whose constituency is probably about as far from the sea as you can get, I want to focus on industry. Again, the Prime Minister talked about state aid and regional policy, and also about our great biomedical industry. But it wasn't the EU, but the NHS bureaucracy who insisted on buying vaccines from abroad, which is why we only have limited capacity and why we're having to support them now. And also now we're belatedly recognising this, and we're building a new plant. It's not going to be in the northeast, which was the alternative site for it, but actually in the overheated Oxfordshire area. Oxford scientists have performed magnificently. But we must recognise and break this obsession with the South and actually backed the Midlands, the North, Western Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. It wasn't the EU that forced us to produce only 1% of PPE equipment in the UK before the COVID crisis, which led to shortages, eye-watering costs and endless scandals. It wasn't the EU that forced the government to try to build the new ships for the Navy abroad, or trains from Germany rather than Derby, and buses from China rather than Ballymena or Falkirk, or police cars for the northwest from Korea rather than Ellesmere Port. It was our own misguided authorities. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, from Monday, whether it's ministerial offices, Whitehall, town halls, quangos, and from boardroom to shop floor, message must be clear. Back Britain or back off, shape up or ship out. Only that way can we make Britain great again.
Video link. John Redwood.
The government is right to take back control and to recreate our sovereignty in the United Kingdom. We do not just want legal sovereignty, we also want practical sovereignty. So I ask the government today to spell out how they will be cutting our taxes, changing our laws, using our powers to grant aid and support businesses and individuals free of the EU controls to promote the prosperity of the British people. That was what Brexit was all about. We stand on the threshold of Independence Day, so bring on the measures. I do have a couple of worries about this agreement. The first is overfishing. One of the great prizes of Brexit is to recapture control of our fishing stocks, to rebuild our coastal communities and our fishing industry. Will the government today promise to legislate immediately to prevent pulse fishing and overlarge trawlers that are doing enormous damage to our marine environment and to our fish stocks? We could at least do that as proof that we intend to rebuild our marine environment and our own domestic fishing industry. And will they set out the details of plans to train new fishermen and fisherwomen ready for the extra capacity we will need? Will they provide grant and aid schemes so that those individuals can acquire second-hand trawlers or commission new trawlers from British yards? So again, we are expanding the capacity of our industry. I'm also worried about the position in Northern Ireland. To what extent is our sovereignty damaged or impaired by the special relationships and special provisions of the Withdrawal Act? I thought they were going to be changed in this latest agreement with the EU. Will the government spell out more detail of what limitations there are on our power to be one United Kingdom in Northern Ireland, to set our own tax rates, to make our own agreements on trade internationally, and to set our own standards for products? We need to know, because we've already heard in this debate from Northern Ireland that it's becoming a matter of division within the Northern Ireland communities. It also has read across to Scotland. We know we have a battle to fight for the Union in Scotland. The SNP will clearly use the different arrangements in Northern Ireland as part of their battering ram against the Union. So I need some reassurance about the impact of the powers under this agreement and how we can start to settle those difficult issues. The two things I most like about this agreement are the ability to withdraw unilaterally from it should the EU be too aggressive in its handling of us and in its claims upon us, and the fact that the ECJ has no further power in the United Kingdom. Absolutely vital, because otherwise they will assert extraterritoriality.
Very much. Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And 4.5 years since the referendum, here we are. And I accept that we have left the European Union, we're in the transition period, and that at 11 o'clock tomorrow the shutters will finally come down on that chapter of European-British relations. But we have over 1,000 pages in an agreement, a hastily drafted bill which runs to 80 pages but has to be read alongside many other parts of legislation to be fully understood. 5 hours of debate today and 3 minutes, of which I've already used up a half, to talk about how poorly this government is using this place. This is not parliamentary scrutiny. In keeping with the festive season, it's much more of a charade. It doesn't give us the chance to do the job that we should be doing properly. And this place doesn't always make good legislation, but rushed legislation is really clear. And I have many concerns about this bill today. Big concerns about Northern Ireland. As someone married to someone who is a dual Irish-British citizen, I spend a lot of time on the island of Ireland and see the real challenges of what's been put in place and the lack of thought about that land border right from the go-get in the run-up to 2016's vote. The security measures concern me. SIS2, the European arrest warrant, Europol, and the fact that services are not included in this agreement, despite, as others have said repeatedly, accounting for a trade surplus with the EU, and professional qualifications, musicians and other creative industries. These are things that affect my constituency particularly, and as a constituency member for the City Fringe, I'm very concerned that we still haven't bedded in arrangements for financial services. But it's security arrangements which concern me most, Mr Deputy Speaker. They have been massively weakened by this agreement, and I spent 3 years in government negotiating over access to SIS2, to PRUM, to the European arrest warrant, Europol, Eurojust, mutual legal aid. These were all things I dealt with day in, day out with our European neighbours. And we have thrown that away. We've thrown so much away that even in the last decade we were fighting to get much more closely involved with. And we're now attempting to patch together with more bureaucracy the same things we're just giving up with this Act. This lack of scrutiny and the impossibility to read this bill properly makes me unable to support it today. I'm not voting against because I recognise the vote in 2016 and 2019 give this government licence to take us out of Europe. But I can't be complicit in what is a wrecking ball in the name of sovereignty. But I do say we now need to drop the Remainer and Leaver labels. We now need to unite to fill the gaps in creative and performing arts, the financial sector, the recognition of professional qualifications, and above all in security. And it's because of those security measures in particular that I cannot be complicit with this government and will be abstaining today.
And we had hoped to go to North Shropshire now to listen to Owen Paterson, but the line's gone down. We do hope, Owen, if you're watching and listening, to come to you before the wind-ups a bit later on. We'll try our level best. So video link, Chris Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I shall be voting in favour of the deal today, but not with any enthusiasm. This is an awful deal, the first trade deal in history to make trade even harder, that removes freedoms and piles red tape and administrative burden on businesses. But it's not no deal, and my real fear is that the Conservative Party has been captured to such an extent by fanatics and maniacs of hard Brexit that no deal remains a possibility. And since the only choice on the table today is between this deal and no deal, I will put a vote to stop the no deal, especially since trade unions and businesses groups are urging for a vote in support to get us past this hurdle. But I'm clear that this is an extremist Brexit that breaks all those promises about having the exact same benefits of membership of the EU. And it must be judged not only in juxtaposition to no deal, it must also be judged in comparison to what we left as members of the EU. £200 billion in lost wealth for starters, which rather puts the lives of about £350 million a week for the NHS into perspective. And of course, it says nothing, as other honourable members have said, about trade in services, a rather huge omission, especially for somewhere like Chester with large financial services sector. I read that the leaders of the fishing industry are unhappy with the deal. What do they expect? Surely they know that the current Prime Minister will say anything necessary to get him out of whatever current situation he is in, with no sense of responsibility to promises made and no sense of commitment to anything except himself. It was the same with Gibraltar, and I refer to my register of members' interests, whose government was promised any deal would include that territory, but this deal does not. It was the same with Airbus, so important to my constituency. A commitment was given on US tariff dispute in late November, but broken by mid-December. And this will not stand us in good stead when negotiating future international agreements. The government is desperate to agree any deal with the USA, however detrimental to long-term UK interests, in order to validate their Brexit policy. They've already alienated the Biden administration, and it isn't even in office yet. And now they are alienating the EU. In global terms, there are only three shows in town: the USA, China, and the EU. We've walked away from the EU, and now the Prime Minister announced we're going to be in direct competition with them. The road he is leading us down will not end well for the UK, because we are now easy pickings for the much larger blocks, and global soundbites like Global Britain will not alter that. So the deal will make us poorer. and it will make us weaker and less secure, and it will make us less relevant globally. It's not no deal, but barely so. And I give notice that I consider it to be the barest of foundations on which to build back a better, more progressive relationship with our European neighbours and friends in the long-term interests of the whole of the United Kingdom and all who live here. And that is what I intend to do.
William Ragg. What this is about, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is sovereignty. Now, sovereignty is spoken of by some as a near-religious phenomenon, either through veneration or rejection. It is either doctrinal truth or else mumbo-jumbo, depending upon the bent of the beholder. However, it's far more prosaic than that. It boils down to the question of who governs, and does that exercise of government carry the broad consent of the people so governed? Admittedly, that's not quite as catchy as take back control, but it means the same thing. This agreement achieves this, which is why I shall support it. Now, perhaps the greater question that emerges today is not whether the vote shall be won, but rather what we now do with our regained sovereignty. These brief minutes are insufficient to the task of answering this question, aside from recommending not some 1,200 pages for study, but rather 11 pages of the late Lord Chief Justice Bingham's excellent book on the rule of law, namely chapter 12 on the sovereignty of Parliament. I always enjoy rereading this chapter, particularly its comment on the judiciary, which speaks to a wider point of parliamentary sovereignty. Bingham wrote, "The British people have not repelled the extraneous power of the papacy in spiritual matters and the pretensions of royal power in temporal, in order to subject themselves to the unchallengeable rulings of unelected judges." Quite so, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Indeed, might I stretch these sentiments to the situation after 11 o'clock on New Year's Eve and say that the British people did not vote to take back control, to be ruled by ministerial diktat via secondary legislation using the negative procedure, as we have seen far too often this year. 2021 will be a year for national renewal. It will also be for us as representatives and for the government as the executive to live up to the rediscovered responsibilities that come with sovereignty. Yeah. Tracy Brabin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you for calling me in this very important debate today. When the division is called later, I will be supporting this legislation. With only one day till the end of the transition period, voting to implement this treaty is the only way to avoid no deal. No deal would be nothing short of catastrophic for the producers, manufacturers, exporters and businesses of Batley and Spen and more widely across West Yorkshire. The bed makers, biscuit manufacturers, paint companies would all suffer. Keeping no deal on the table for so long has already caused enormous stress, job losses and uncertainty, especially cruel after such a challenging few months due to COVID-19. We've already heard today how many glaring omissions there are in this deal, but I would like to focus on one that would cause long-lasting devastation to one of our most successful exports, the creative industries. While Labour's amendment on this wasn't selected, over the last few months, Home Office officials have made it very simple for artists from all the EU to come to the UK in 2021 and beyond. They planned ahead, they consulted, they developed a single extension of the existing arrangements for artists from non-visa countries like the US or Canada, a temporary worker, creative and sporting visa T5. Issued by a sponsor, it doesn't cost a lot, it's proven to work, giving musicians from the EU 90 days to work in the UK. They also upgraded a scheme called Permitted Paid Engagement that makes it simple for almost anyone to visit for cultural reasons, academics, individual artists. Sadly, the government's brilliant negotiators failed to negotiate reciprocity for our simple and generous measures. And I hope the Minister, when he replies, can tell us, is this part of a cunning plan or just a mistake? Because we know that members of the government's front bench support a creative passport. So why do we have this glaring omission? Because this failure will impact on young artists trying to break through in the EU, musicians working in EU bands and orchestras subject to border delays, The perception from EU festival organisers that could mean British artists overlooked. Also the cabotage rule that means UK-based trucks can only have 3 drops at EU venues, which means EU companies becoming more cost-effective. And of course it's easy to focus on stars, but this is about haulage companies, producers, production crew, technicians, artists, professional musicians, dancers and actors, all who contribute to the £111 billion industry. And it's no wonder a petition calling for the government to remedy this has been signed by over 195,000 times and rising. The bill places bureaucracy, carnets, costs and delays where there once was frictionless trade, and I hope the Minister will lay out his plans to support this vital British sector.
John Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I commend the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and the whole team for achieving this deal, which I will be supporting in the vote later today. Both sides were always going to have to compromise, but the UK has secured its sovereignty, and this is a good deal. We have also secured a safeguard, an exit route if chosen. The deal proves wrong those who thought there was no alternative to the withdrawal agreement and that it could not be struck in time. A good deal was always preferred. After all, that is the logic of Brexit. But being prepared to leave on WTO terms, terms by which we trade very profitably with much of the world, I think was a deciding factor in the EU finally accepting the UK as its sovereign equal. This indeed is a defining moment in our history. Many have participated in and played an important role. But for me, this role started when, with the support of my association, I entered Parliament with the hope of securing a referendum and then campaigning for our exit. Highs and lows followed. Leading the parliamentary campaign in 2012 and 2013 to persuade the party leadership to adopt a referendum in time for the next general election, and voting against the withdrawal agreement, together with all the speeches and amendments that involved, were certainly my key contributions to the cause. We always felt we knew how the country would vote if given the chance, for Parliament had been out of sync for far too long. The challenge was to get a sceptical leadership to promise a referendum at a time every parliamentary party was against it, even if this did mean nearly losing the whip over my amendment to the 2013 Queen's speech, regretting the absence of a referendum bill. The commitment helped secure victory at the 2015 election, put UKIP back in its box, and made possible the 2016 referendum. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a very bright future now awaits us as we capitalise on our newfound freedoms. Our history and the ingenuity of our people suggest optimism. But I also look forward to a better relationship with the EU. Our membership was always going to prove difficult, given the difference between us on trade and political integration. We can now focus instead on common agendas. The deal represents a fresh start, and I am hopeful the opportunity will be grasped. Thank you.
Thank you. Video link. Daniel Zeichner.
For the overwhelming majority of my constituents, this discussion brings no cheer. Confident, outward-looking Europeans, we genuinely struggle to understand why this country should want to turn away from our neighbours, to build barriers where there have been bridges. And it's an inescapable fact that in every sphere we'll be worse off next week than we are today. And we ask the obvious questions of the Brexiteers. They promised frictionless trade, failed. They promised the exact same benefits, failed. They promised it would be easy and simple. Well, here we are at the very last, having to rush through legislation. Because of course it's far from easy, far from simple. And it of course suits the Prime Minister who always fears scrutiny. In prioritising notional sovereignty over practical utility, he has made a fundamental error. And we've seen in recent weeks in Kent what the failure to achieve frictionless trade can lead to. In future, any disagreement with France can lead to the same chaos. Yes, we're notionally free, but it's a pretty empty freedom that leaves your streets lined with innocent victims trapped in vehicles without food or sanitation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have a poor choice today. Nothing, or to take the scraps that are on offer. Incredibly, some gullible members opposite, some who told the country that we hold all the cards, somehow think that their tests have been met. Well, let's take data, the lifeblood of modern economies. What's on offer? A reprieve for a few months while the EU considers a data adequacy application. Do they have to grant it? No, they don't. What is our recourse if they, as they are fully entitled to do, say no? Well, let's hear from the members opposite. I suspect you'll be a deafening silence, because answer is there none. The truth is we don't hold all the cards. Yes, we hold some, and hopefully sense will prevail and further agreements will be made. And that is my hope for the future. That bit by bit, sector by sector, we will rebuild that relationship that has been so damaged. And at this time, we'll do it by explaining carefully and by convincing the British people that sharing and cooperating with our neighbours is not surrendering something, but gaining so much more. That the noble vision of a continent united in peace and prosperity is worth striving for. And in no area is that more true than in science, research and innovation. And one of the opportunities is a pathway back into the hugely important Horizon Europe programme, important to the country, but particularly important to my constituency. We, of course, cease to have influence over its future direction. We have no seat at the table, no vote, and the payment mechanisms may well lead to perverse outcomes. That's the cost the Conservatives have inflicted on us. But we can participate, and that's worth having. And it's for that reason that I am willingly vote for this thin agreement today, only because it's better than nothing. It's a low bar, but it's a start, and with the prospect of new management for our country,
Order.
just a few years ago,
Video
it's
link.
a start on the way to a brighter future.
Video link. Good to see you. Owen Patterson.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed for calling me to speak on this. Can I give my particular thanks to the technical staff who just reconnected me, having lost the connection. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is the first time that I've spoken on any subject in the House of Commons since my wife's suicide at the end of June. And I would like to thank you, and particularly Mr. Speaker, and so many other colleagues who sent extremely kind messages of support. And I would like to assure everybody listening that I will work really hard through the next few years to make sure that I can try to stop just one family going through the anguish that mine is currently suffering. But it's a great honour to be called in this incredibly important debate. As you know, I've been involved in over the years for a long time, and this is a great day. We have established sovereignty, as my honourable friend, the member for Stone, has confirmed, and one should pay a tribute to him for the extraordinary manner in which he has fought this battle over the years. He's indefatigable, and concentration and legal knowledge has been phenomenal. And it's great to have sovereignty, and it's great to have zero tariffs and zero quotas, which is very good for my constituency and very good for the economy of GB. And I would like to order just a word of caution. I'm very pleased with this deal for GB, but I'm concerned that we have partnership councils, specialised committees, trade specialised committees, working groups. We're going to need a really determined government to make sure that we use that sovereignty properly and we really exploit it. Nowhere more than the issue of fish, where I went round the North Atlantic in 2004, 2005 and wrote a paper on how we should run a sane fisheries policy. And it will take real political determination to get fish back in 5.5 years' time, when you think that, for instance, in the Channel, we're only going down on cod from 90.75 from 91. And we should be getting, they should be on 25%, but that's according to zonal attachment. So we'll need real determination. And then another area which does concern me, I'm chairman of the think tank, the Centre for Brexit Policy, see the registered members' interest, and we put out a scorecard. And GB, according to the legal gurus led by the member Stone, GB comes it well. The worry for me, as someone who's shadow secretary in Northern Ireland for 3 years, the real secretary for 2 years, is that Northern Ireland fails. And we should remember the words of the noble Lord Trimble, who I spoke to a couple of days ago. He reminds us that Clause 1, Para 3 of the Belfast Agreement says it would be wrong to make any change in the status of Northern Ireland, save with the consent of a majority of its people. And I will fight very hard. I'd love to vote for this today, but I really can't vote for a measure which actually divides the United Kingdom, has a different regime on tax, as part of the customs union, they'll be under the ECJ, single market, etc. So tonight, I'm very torn. I wish this well. I hope we can go to mutual enforcement, which is Lord Trimmell's recommendation, and I will be abstaining.
Thank you, Owen, and love to you and your family from all your friends here at Westminster. Video link. David Jones.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill that the House is considering this afternoon is crucial to the future of the United Kingdom and its relations with the European Union. It marks the end of a process that commenced just over 5 years ago when the EU Referendum Act was passed. 5 years ago, this country was firmly embedded in the European Union, and it was there that our future seemed to lie. But now, with the conclusion of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement on Christmas Eve, we see a new future for our country. As an independent nation, in control of our own laws, our own borders, and our own destiny. This bill will put that agreement into our domestic law, and it brings to an end one of the most politically turbulent periods in our recent history. The agreement is, by any standards, a remarkable achievement and is a tribute to the clarity of purpose, political skill, and tenacity of the Prime Minister, Lord Frost, and the rest of the UK negotiating team. They have secured an expansive, zero-tariff, zero-quota deal unprecedented in the history of the European Union, a deal that respects the sovereignty of the United Kingdom, that has no role for the European Court of Justice, and which the United Kingdom can unilaterally terminate should it wish to do so. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the economic benefits of this deal are huge. For example, as a consequence of the agreement, sheep farmers in my North Wales constituency will continue to export their premium product tariff-free to the European markets that they have supplied for the last half-century. But they can also look to developing new markets around the globe, unconstrained by Brussels, and most importantly, they will do so as citizens of a free and independent country. And across our nation, in these dying days of 2020, millions of our fellow citizens will be looking forward to the new future that begins on the stroke of 11 o'clock tomorrow night. A future in which our democracy reasserts itself through this ancient and honourable Parliament. A future in which our commercial undertakings can explore new global opportunities to increase prosperity for our people, and a future of hope for our young generation as citizens of a great and outward-looking country that has had the confidence to stand once again on its own 2 feet. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is the catalyst for that future. It's the final step in that long, tortuous 5-year process we have all lived through. And it marks the start of the new independence that the people of this country so clearly voted for in 2016. As such, it is a bill that keeps faith with the people, and as such also, it is a bill that does honour to this House.
Video link. Mike Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This deal is not perfect, and I'm voting for it out of duty to fulfil the promise made by myself to my constituents in 2 elections, and that is that I would do everything possible to facilitate a Brexit with a deal. This deal is by no means good for Britain's future and seems to encompass the worst elements of leaving the EU and the worst elements of membership of the EU. It is, however, better than the alternative on the table in this House today, which of course is to leave without a deal. Promises were made to various industries and communities across the UK, promises which have not been kept, a pattern this government follows with persistent familiarity. Brexit means many things to many people, but some clear promises from the Leave campaign to their supporters have now been proven to be worthless promises. The Prime Minister's brinkmanship has now left businesses with less than a week, with 2 bank holidays to prepare for the new relationship with the EU. It's simply not fair to those businesses and simply is not an adequate amount of time for many smaller businesses to prepare on top of COVID regulations. As far as fishing is concerned, the biggest sector sold out by this deal. The government promised UK fishermen a better deal than the one they got, and it's clear they've not delivered on that. And as the chair of the APPG on coastal communities, I have to say and emphasise that coastal communities are the poorest relations of our island nation, whether based around fishing, industrial regions or hospitality and leisure. Hartlepool, of course, is part of the Tees Valley and therefore central to the so-called green industrial revolution. And so on energy, I do welcome the commitment to Horizon 2020 and the scientific research funding. But the deal also adversely affects our important chemical industry. Barely mentioned in the deal, that industry itself is set to owe billions of pounds in terms of scientific research if we don't get our connections with the EU correct on their REACH programme. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are many more things I would like to say about this deal and the grim prospects it brings for workers in particular. But as I say, a deal is better than no deal, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was such a pleasure to see our right honourable friend, the member for North Shropshire, back contributing in the Chamber. Given the time available, I just want to make one simple point and reflection on what is an agreement that I think is underappreciated in terms of the ambition and the scope, embracing everything from energy and science to security. And I think as it's considered in time, that will come out. But during my time as Business Secretary, I came to appreciate and value the important contribution of many businesses based in Britain who relied on just-in-time production, being able to be competitive with the rest of the world. And they were very concerned that one of the consequences of Brexit might be to interrupt their ability to trade, including in components, and therefore to make them unviable. In particular, trading terms that reflected sensible rules of origin were vital to companies like Nissan in Sunderland, as we've heard, to Toyota in Derbyshire and North Wales, and to BMW in Oxford. So I was very pleased when I spoke to the chief executive of Toyota in Europe on Christmas Eve, who called to say that the terms of the deal, when it came to rules of origin, met the requirements that company had for their location in the UK. They have a good and prosperous future in Derbyshire and North Wales and in all of the supply chain that employs many thousands of people across this country. But in response to some comments that the Honourable Lady for Washington said, it is now important that we seize on the opportunity that we have as this country emerges from COVID, having proved ourselves to be a place of agility and ingenuity when it comes to the pace of new discoveries. We must now apply that across all of the industries that we have in this country. And I hope that my right honourable friend, when he responses, will be able to recommit to a reinvigorated industrial strategy that will position Britain with all of the strengths that we have in science and technology, and with the advantages that come from putting this Brexit debate behind us that's dominated the last few years. I won't give away, I want to conclude. And to capitalise on the strengths that as we come into 2021, with COVID behind us, with this agreement under our belts, that we can take a position leading the world on some of the technologies that will contribute to growth all around the world.
Video link. Kirsty Blackman. Kirsty, you're on mute. Try again.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Thank you very much.
I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to thank the Prime Minister. In recent years, he has done more for the cause of Scottish independence than any other unionist politician. Support for independence has been increasing. 17 polls in a row have shown majority support for independence. Today's debate, today's propositions present a stark choice to the people of Scotland. The Prime Minister is offering this treaty and this Brexit. From the UK side, this treaty was negotiated on the basis of priorities decided by the Tories. At the beginning of this debacle, the UK government had the opportunity to decide what their priorities would be. They chose sovereignty, and they chose to interpret sovereignty as isolation. It suits this elitist Tory government to cement a future that keeps apart the haves and the have-nots. It suits this xenophobic Tory government to cement a future that removes freedom of movement. It suits this well-off Tory government to steal opportunities from young people whose parents are not rich. Fishing has been done to death in this debate, but the reality is that the Tory government did as they have ever done. They prioritised the needs and desires of those fishing in the English Channel over the needs and desires of those in Scottish waters. They promised a sea of opportunity and yet are delivering a cut in access. They promised a reduction in unelected bureaucrats making decisions. But this deal creates a new joint partnership council made up of unelected UK and EU officials, formed of over 30 sub-councils, each focusing on one specific area of the agreement. In fact, this bill will be going across to the House of Lords this afternoon, where 850 unelected peers will have more say than the Scottish, Welsh or Northern Irish parliaments. The SNP will always do what we have been elected to do. We will always put the people of Scotland first. The alternative we are offering is an independent Scotland in Europe, access to a market 10 times the size of the UK, the opportunity for young people to travel, to live and work throughout Europe, and for our European friends to be able to come to Scotland. We want to reduce inequality, putting well-being at the heart of our decision-making, putting dignity and respect at the heart of social security. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I refuse to vote for this dreadful deal. It's a bit like we've been drinking a lovely glass of water. The Brexiteers offered the UK a malt whisky. They're now saying that we will all die of thirst if we don't choose to drink this steaming mug of excrement that the UK government is offering us. There is no way I'm choosing to drink this excrement, nor will I be complicit in forcing my constituents to do so. Scotland's future must be in Scotland's hands, not the Prime Minister's.
Order. Video link. Heather Wheeler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted that the Prime Minister has secured this trade deal with the EU. These negotiations have been followed intently by so many people in South Derbyshire, both individuals and businesses. I do understand the strong feelings on both sides of the debate, but all that time ago, South Derbyshire and the country voted to leave in the referendum. And as a Democrat, I support the government for abiding by that vote, for these negotiations, and for securing the deal. South Derbyshire is at the heart of our manufacturing Midlands. And as we've already heard today, we have the Toyota factory that exports over 80% of the cars made to Europe. My constituents also work in other great firms like Bombardier and Rolls-Royce and the supply chains to them. Making things matters to us. Exporting matters to us. So a good trade deal was crucial. And this is what our Prime Minister, Lord Frost, and the negotiating team have brought home for us. There had been lots of chatter out there that the deal didn't just need to be about free trade, but also needed to get into the deep detail about trade barriers, equivalence, rules of origin, and transition periods. Well, this deal has done that. I'm an optimist. I listened to my constituents and to the needs of local businesses and kept a steady stream of information, requests, updates and encouragement flowing to the negotiating team so that South Derbyshire's needs were represented at the table and we got what we needed. For the auto sector, no quotas. For rules of origin, we have a transition period of 5.5 years and no trade barriers. This is exactly what was needed and keeps our factories competitive and the cars flying off the production line. Even more importantly, this means that South Derbyshire Toyota factory will be in the best position ever to bid for the next generation car in a few years' time to secure work for the next 20 plus years. I'm hugely grateful for the phone calls and messages from Number 10 and the negotiating team for their assurances on these issues as the process was taking place and on its conclusion. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this deal is a good deal. It enables manufactured goods from South Derbyshire to be exported tariff-free, trade barrier-free. It allows our farmers to export. It allows managers of businesses to move freely around their European-based companies. It means we can drive in the EU without having to have an additional special driving licence. For UK passport holders already living in the EU, it allows for residency to continue. For holidaymakers, it allows for visa-free travel. In the more niche area of exporting, such as organic farming, it allows for equivalence and continued unfettered exports. Thank you to the Prime Minister, my friends at Number 10, Bays, DEFRA and the Treasury, who have all helped, who have listened to my views and the views of those of South Derbyshire businesses and residents. And to finish, Mr Deputy Speaker, for my constituents who have had so many concerns, this deal's put it to bed. I say rejoice, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And the wind-up, Rachel Reeves to finish no later than 2:22. Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. While I am pleased to be able to close this debate today, I am sad not to be in the chamber of the House of Commons. But like so many, someone in my family has COVID, and so we are having to self-isolate. Compared to many, I know that I am lucky. After the year that we have had, a deal of any form provides a degree of stability, which is what businesses crave. It's what our whole country craves. So despite the limitations of this deal, for all the things that Labour would have done differently, for all the things that Labour will do differently in the future, we will vote to implement this treaty today. Because the alternative, the chaos of no deal, is not something that any responsible government could facilitate, and neither could a responsible government in waiting. I strongly believe that almost every honourable and right honourable member want this treaty to come into international law today. So let me say to all members, including in my own party, we are not indifferent to the outcome of this vote today, so we should vote accordingly. Because here we are, on the 30th of December, and tomorrow trading relationships that have served us well for decades will expire. It is not about whether you wanted to remain or leave. It's not about whether you think this deal is good enough. We know that it isn't. But voting for this deal now is the only way to avoid no deal. Let me turn to what this deal does for our economic prosperity, because while we will vote for this bill later, we are fully aware of its limitations and will hold the government to account for them. For farmers, for car makers, for our chemicals industry, all face extra delays, costs and bureaucracy in taking their goods to European markets. Few will thank the government for the gift handed to them on Christmas Eve, wrapped up in £7 billion worth of bureaucracy, tied with the red tape of over 200 million customs declarations. And over 80% of our economy is made up of services, yet not one of the 1,246 pages of this treaty gives any additional opportunities for those sectors. How has that come to be? Mr. Speaker, the EU have a trade surplus with goods with us, and they fought to keep it. We had a trade surplus on services, and this government has done nothing to protect it. And the failure of this Conservative government to stand up for our cultural industries is as unforgivable as it is inexplicable. As Tim Burgess and many others have rightly said, so many British performers will now face huge added costs and barriers to tour and showcase their talents all across Europe. And as I have been saying for months, the reality of poor preparations will bite hard. Our ports are underfunded, our hauliers go unheard. The 50,000 customs agents that the government promised that they would deliver are not in place. The Tories have had 4.5 years to get ready for this moment. Their incompetence must not be allowed to hold our great country back. In recent days, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster has also claimed that the end of the transition period will mean that a Tory government can now tackle inequality and injustices. But let me just say this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was not the EU that created the bedroom tax, the need for food banks or slashed funding for social care. The Minister need not look to Brussels for someone to blame, but to the Tory governments that he has served under for the last 10.5 years. In a few moments' time, this House will divide. And despite all of our reservations, there are now just two paths ahead for our country. Down one is the Prime Minister's limited and unimpressive deal with the European Union. But down the other is the chaos of ending the transition period with no deal at all, which would mean substantial tariffs and barriers to trade, and no agreement on security cooperation. There is no other option now. And to abstain is to fail to choose, to suggest somehow that we are indifferent between these two paths before us. I am not. I don't believe other members are either. This is Johnson's deal, where neither option is ideal. But a limited deal is better than no deal at all, and it is a foundation upon which we can build. So Labour will choose the better of two paths, for businesses, for workers, for trade unions, for jobs, and for our security too. We are not this deal's cheerleaders. Far from it. This is the Prime Minister's deal, and he and his government will own it, and we will hold them to account for it. And that's why my right honourable friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, and myself have tabled 7 amendments today to show how Labour would do this differently and build on the deal. These cover the economic impact of the agreement, our lack of access to the Schengen information system, on protecting worker and environmental standards, on the Erasmus programme, and on performers and artists' permits, on the duty of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement Partnership Council to report to Parliament, and crucially, on support and information for businesses. Mr. Speaker, this is an important day, but Labour is thinking about tomorrow. We are firmly focused on making this the best country for all of our citizens. Wherever you live, whatever your parents do, whatever school you went to, whatever your talents and ambitions, we will back you all the way. This must be the country where you can look forward to starting your career, developing your skills, creating and growing your businesses, locating your jobs in our towns and cities, and trading around the world. That is our ambition for the talent of Britain, and we want to share it with the world. Throughout these negotiations and preparations, the Tories have brought chaos where the country craves stability. They sought to break the law. Labour will uphold it. They seek to break alliances where we will forge them. That's the way to project our values and stand up for the UK's national interest. Ursula von der Leyen found solace in the words of T.S. Eliot last week. As we look to bring our country together, to write a new chapter in our story, I turn to the words of Franco-Polish scientist Marie Curie. She said, "Nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more, so that we may fear less." Mr. Speaker, it is important that this bill passes today, as limited as it is, because no deal is no solution for our country. We vote on the foundations of a deal that Labour will build on. Though we have left the EU, we remain a European nation with a shared geography, history, values, and interests. The job of securing our economy, protecting our National Health Service, tackling climate breakdown, and rebuilding our country has only just begun.
We now come to Minister Gove.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, and while we do disagree on much, she gave a characteristically thoughtful and punchy speech, and she's a great credit to her party, and I wish her and her family well as they wrestle with COVID. Can I also thank you, Mr. Speaker, the staff of the House of Commons, and everyone who's allowed us to come back for this debate today. Can I also thank the negotiators on both sides who concluded this historic agreement, Lord Frost and his team, Michel Barnier and his. And can I also thank the thousands of civil servants who've been working for years now in order to bring us to this moment. I also want to thank everyone who spoke in this debate, 59 members. I want in particular to pay tribute to those who've been arguing for our sovereign future outside the European Union for many years now. The members for Stone, Chingford and Woodford Green and North Shropshire in particular. And again, our heart goes out to Owen and to his family. I also want to thank those who argued in the referendum that we should remain in the European Union, but who in this debate gave considered and thoughtful speeches and their support for the deal in front of us and clear pointers for the way forward. The members for Winchester and Huddersfield, Tunbridge Wells and Worley, Leeds Central and Tonbridge and Malling all made impressive speeches recognising the importance of democracy. And democracy is why we are here. More people in the 2016 referendum voted to leave the European Union than have ever voted for any proposition in our history. And now, 4.5 years later, we can say that we have kept faith with the people. This deal takes back control of our laws, our borders and our waters. And it also guarantees tariff-free and quota-free access to the European market, as well as ensuring our security. And it's a good deal for aviation, for haulage, for data, for legal services and financial services. And it leaves us as sovereign equals. No, sovereign equals with the EU. It also builds on the withdrawal agreement concluded by my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. And it's important to remember that there are now 4 million EU citizens who've chosen to make their home in this country, a vote of confidence in Britain. It's also the case that we've concluded the Northern Ireland Protocol, an imperfect instrument certainly, but one that ensures that we leave as one UK whole and entire, so we can begin a new special relationship with our friends in the European Union. I want to turn now to some of the arguments that were made in the debate. And I want to turn first of all to the arguments made by, not quite yet, to the arguments made by the Leader of the Opposition. He spoke as usual eloquently, but not perhaps with 100% conviction this time. And that's no surprise. He argued that we should stay in the European Union. He argued for a second referendum. He argued that we should stay in the customs union. He argues still for a level of ECJ jurisdiction. At every turn over the course of the last 4 years, he's tried to find a way of keeping as closely tied to EU structures as possible. But now he says he won't put opposition to Brexit on his leaflets at the next general election. Given the result at the last general election, when he did put opposition to Brexit on his leaflets, I can well understand. Because his attitude to the European Union is rather like his attitude to his former leader, the member for Islington North. He spent years trying to keep as close as possible, and now he wants us to forget all about it. His time in the shadow cabinet, when he was arguing for the member of Islington North to be Prime Minister and for the UK to be under EU structures, presumably, in the words of Mr Corbyn, was a period when he was present but not involved. But as a good former director of public prosecutions, I know that he doesn't want us to take account of any of his previous convictions, and indeed, I'm grateful for his support today. And he was also right. He was also right in calling out the leader of the Scottish National Party. Because, of course, what the Scottish National Party today are doing are voting for no deal. Now, he's absolutely right. Now, what have they said in the past? What have they said in the past? Nicola Sturgeon said no deal would be a catastrophic idea. She said that the SNP could not countenance in any way no deal. She said SNP MPs will do everything possible to stop no deal. Except, of course, actually voting against it today. Indeed, so opposed to no deal were the SNP that the member for Edinburgh South West went to court to ensure that if the Prime Minister took us out of the European Union without a deal, he would go to jail. Now the leader of the SNP is voting to take us out of the EU without a deal. He's doing something that his own party said should be an imprisonable offence. So what's he going to do now? Turn himself in? Submit to a citizen's arrest at the hands of the member for Edinburgh South West? If his party follows through on its previous convictions, then I, of course, will campaign for him. And the cry will go out from these benches, free the Lochaber one. After the 2014 referendum, the SNP became the party that just wouldn't take no for an answer. Now that we've got a deal that they asked for, they're the party that won't say yes for an answer. Inconsistent, incoherent, even at risk of self-incarceration, the SNP are indeed prisoners. Prisoners of a separatist ideology which puts their narrow nationalism ahead of our national interest. Now, he did touch on fish, of course, the leader of the SNP, but of course, what he didn't give us were the figures. Now, I've got them here. If we look at the increase in stocks, North Sea hake up relatively by 198%, West of Scotland safe, up by 188%. West of Scotland cod, up by 54%. North Sea sole, up by 297%. All because we're out of the common fisheries policy, which he would take us back into. This bill today, opens a new chapter. Because the people of Britain voted not just for a new settlement with the EU, but a new settlement within the UK. Free ports and fintech, genetic sequencing and investment in general dynamics, a fair deal for farming and fish stocks for coastal communities. And of course, this deal also allows us to regulate more smartly and more effectively for the future. Whether it's artificial intelligence, quantum computing, machine learning, our participation in Horizon 2020 and our investment in science will make us a science superpower. And it's appropriate that we should think of that on today, the day that the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, a UK initiative, part of Britain, a global nation, collaborating with others in the pursuit of knowledge and the relief of pain, on the day that that vaccine is approved by the MHRA, let's remember the difficulties and the challenges of this year. Let's also remember how important it is that we should all now come together, that we should all recognise that there are no such thing anymore as Remainers or Leavers. What we all are Britons dedicated to a brighter future, stronger together, sovereign again, dedicated to ensuring a future of sharing, solidarity and excellence. And that is why I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Mark Spencer and James Morris, and for the noes, David Linden and Owen Thompson. Thanks, folks. The doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 521. The noes to the left, 73.
The ayes to the right, 521. The noes to the left, 73. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, unlock. Thank you, Liam. We now come to the money resolution to move formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now have the Ways and Means motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Under order of the House today, we now move to the Committee of the Whole House. Okay, thanks. Thanks, folks.
Order. Clerk, to read the title of the bill.
European Union.
Future Relationship Bill.
Point of order, Mr David Linden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We find ourselves in the rather bizarre situation today when we are being told that Parliament is taking back control, where this entire charade of Committee of the Whole House will conclude without any member being able to speak, or indeed the 14 pages worth of amendments that have been tabled by honourable and right honourable members being able to be considered. So can I seek your clarity and your guidance, Madam Deputy Speaker? If Parliament is taking back control, why on earth is it that Parliament has been forced to debate this charade of a bill in 5 hours and being neutered entirely during Committee of the Whole House?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order, and it is a perfectly reasonable question to ask at this stage in the proceedings. But as Mr Speaker said just before he left the chair, under the order of the House today, we now move to Committee of the Whole House. The House decided this morning on the timetable motion under which we are operating, and that is the answer to the honourable gentleman's question. But I'm sure he will also have noted that unusually we are in a position where this bill, being taken in these unusual circumstances at this time, can only be either rejected or passed in its entirety, and therefore the opportunity for any change has long passed, and the honourable gentleman cannot possibly argue that these matters have not been discussed and argued at length and in depth for many years. Indeed, the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman at the back there might say for decades. So, we are now in the committee of the whole House, and under the order of today I am now required to put the question necessary to dispose of proceedings in committee. The question is that clauses 1 to 40 stand part of the bill, and that schedules 1 to 6 be the first to 6 schedules to the bill. As many as that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order. That concludes proceedings in committee.
Thanks, Charlotte. I've written on. I've got the pen.
Oh, fine. Order with the report.
Okay. Order. That concludes proceedings in committee. Order whip to report. I'm just going to deal with the whip report and then I'll come back.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the same without amendment.
A point of order, is it? A real point of order.
Speaker, on a point of order, can you clarify the last time that Committee of the Whole House sat for a mammoth 4 minutes?
Obviously it's not. Right. Order, we now come to third reading. Please consent. Who's going to nod? Michael? Michael? Nod? Marvellous. Under order of the House today, I must now put forth with the question on third reading. The question is that the bill now be read third time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Come on, folks. Come on, Mike. Under order of the House today, I must now put forth with the question on the third reading that the bill now be read third time. As many of the opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes, Mark Spencer and James Morris. For the noes, Owen Patterson and David Linden. Owen Thompson.